How are you? This is, it looks like I'm standing in the middle of a racetrack, but I'm not. This is actually Koval Lane, which is a very forgettable street that runs parallel to Las Vegas Boulevard about a half mile to the east. But they've been working on it a little bit, and it looks different than it normally does. So let me open the chat window and let's see what you got going on here. How do I show all chat? All messages. Okay. Eric says hello. Well, hello, Lightning fan. Rob mentioned a Reddit page, but I couldn't find it. The Reddit page I took down when there was all those Reddit posts, and I'm trying to figure out now. Social media platforms get kind of unstable, so emailing me is probably the best way, or if you're a patron, messaging me through Patreon. Hello from Rollywood, writes Jeff Davis. Manuel says this is great. Antonio says hi. ACR Speed says hello, Rob. Patrick F. Hello from North Carolina. Well, hello, Patrick. Hello from Sweden, writes Jacob. And yeah, this couldn't be more different than Sweden. I think it's pushing about 80 degrees today. So I actually had to put on sunblock. That's the funny thing, moving to the Southwest. I've been sunburned in January before. Hello from, let's see, B-Bus writes hello from Arizona. U-Haul writes hello. Spider Wilster writes, say hi to the Ellis Island folks for me, like that. The Ellis Island Motel there. I have to figure out, there's a great view of the $500 million pits. You can kind of see it from the Ellis Island parking lot. The problem is Ellis Island has security there because they don't like people wandering in there and causing trouble. This street, Koval, if you walk just a little bit that way, everything's closed. They make all the cars turn around, the sidewalks closed. Forget daring a walk down the W. And my chats, I wish I could pin it so it just stayed open. All chats. Okay. Hello from Monticello, Indiana, Monticello, Indiana, depends where. And then Mark Verstappen writes, start finish here, road bridge before the last corner, turn 3. So the temporary bridge is just over this way. It's not the front one. We'll walk over there and take a look more closely, but that's a pedestrian bridge they've got there. But beyond it is Flamingo Avenue. They have a bridge going over Koval that's temporary. They built it in pieces over a couple of weekends. They brought it over here and put it together like Tinker Toys. It looks really janky, but it's actually built to the standard where you can drive a fully loaded semi-truck or tanker truck, a fire truck full of water over it, and it'll hold it just fine. But it's really shady looking when you look at it up close. But we'll go check that out in a minute. Elevator fan writes, Carmel, Indiana is known for roundabouts because it moves traffic more efficiently. Oh, buddy, and how? Let's just say that recently in September, got to spend about 6 days around Carmel. So keep an eye on your video feeds in the next few months, because we might be talking about roundabouts. But today we're talking about bridges. Let me first pull out a map of what's going on here for those of you who, like me, don't follow Formula One that closely, and you wonder, well, what's going on? So Formula One is the creme de la creme of racing. It's pushing the limits of what the internal combustion engine can do, and now hybrid technology, what it can do, bodies of cars, the shape of it, to try to figure out how to safely go as fast as they can. So they do Grand Prix all over the world. Monaco is famously one where they take over the whole town and put a track in the middle of it. And this is the first time since the 80s they've tried to do something like this here in Nevada, here in Las Vegas. And back in the 80s when they did it, it was this little tiny track, almost like in a parking lot, just like a bunch of zigzags. And now they're taking over basically the entire Las Vegas Strip. So part of the problem they need to deal with, and why we're talking about a temporary bridge today, is this is Las Vegas Boulevard here along the bottom. The track does a loop around Harmon Avenue. There's the pits. We're standing about here. Comes down Koval, goes around that new Sphere building that you've seen all over the internet, the big half dome shaped thing that lights up different colors and makes fun of golfers and stuff. It comes around the Palazzo and then back onto Las Vegas Boulevard. So inside here, you have about, half dozen or more major Las Vegas properties that would be in the racetrack infield while the track is hot. So anytime there's practices and qualifying events or the big race on Saturday itself, there was no way for hotel guests to get to their room, and even worse, no way if a fire truck needed to get in here. It's not like a regular racetrack where there's a tunnel to get to the infield. So what do? Well, they built 3 temporary bridges, one about here, which is where we're at, and then 2 over here, which we'll probably walk down to later in the afternoon. So anyway, it's kind of a fun approach of a way to do it, and a lot of money for something that's just for a weekend. I guess they've been spending about 6 months on active construction to get all of this stuff built. Like I say, the pit building over there was, I think it was about $500 million. The paving, where they needed to repave the roads so, you can't have, excuse me, Formula One cars going 250 miles an hour over potholes. Nevada's roads are already generally pretty good, but $75 million just on paving, the Las Vegas Review-Journal was reporting. So it's a big project for, some could argue one weekend of fun. So, and my chat stopped scrolling. Woot woot, this is the best channel. They mistook you for construction on the racetrack. Would you help them out? But a real construction worker knows that my costume here is a class nothing vest. It doesn't reflect or anything. Real construction workers wear those class 2, class 3 vests that really light up. And the reason I don't is because if I ever need to film with lights, which is not often, the reflectors can hit the sun and do weird things. And so I think a real construction worker would know I'm cosplaying. Oh man, right, Sport Mark, don't talk about the Caesar's Palace track. That was terrible. Oh yeah, the one in the 80s. Yeah, it looked like it's just some zigzags in a parking lot. So Kaleem writes, Formula One, such a stupid waste of a lot of money. Well, I don't know, because I drive a Honda. And back in the 80s, there was a famous Formula One driver from Brazil, Ayrton Senna. I don't know much about Formula One, but I do know a little bit about Honda. And from what I understand, back in the era where you didn't have power steering, you'd have to put a lot of effort to turn the wheel. So the thought was, well, let's really give a lot of distance. If you want to turn a corner, you got to turn it a lot so that way you can, have leverage, more turn to do less force down at the wheels. The problem is when you're driving on the freeway, you're kind of going like this just to stay in your lane, And as power steering came out, it was common by the 80s in every car, even the cheap little Hondas. Ayrton Senna, who was driving for Honda in Formula One, was saying, no, I'm going to have more control if I can just do little movements like this and control what I want to do. Because the thought was, well, you want it to be more forgiving. Humans, were shaky, and so like the Toyotas and stuff, even into the 2000s, to go down the freeway, you'd be going like this. Hondas were always really tight, and so that's because of what they learned at Formula One, that Hondas felt sporty in the 80s and 90s compared to everybody else. Now, everybody today has copied Honda, and usually the steering's pretty responsive, but sadly, and a bit ironically, Ayrton Senna died in the early 1990s in a race because the steering column broke. But it wasn't because of what he taught Honda about having responsive steering. It was just it broke, and he was going about 175 miles an hour or something. Tragic ending. But, and so the reason I say Formula One, yes, this is a colossal waste of money, especially the temporary bridge. They go to all this trouble to build a temporary bridge, and then they're going to pull it all apart in another week or two. But overall, it does create a lot of research and development that makes its way into consumer cars. Nowadays, they don't even call, I watched a crash course video on Formula One, so I may be wrong, but they were telling me you don't call it an engine in a Formula One car anymore, you call it a power unit, because they're all hybridized. Well, that technology is going to make its way into hybrid cars as well. So, you know, that's, I think, actually pretty neat. But I agree with you that from an infrastructure standpoint, it's, I just hope that, like, if they're going to be doing this race year after year, like, take it apart and put it all in a warehouse. They can just, like, set it up like a tent next time. But anyway, let me get caught up on some text here. When Senna, writes Mark, when Senna drove the race, he died. He wasn't driving Honda anymore. Oh, okay. Well, that makes me feel better about my Honda then. Let's go walk down at the temporary bridge and see what's going on. And I will grab my backpack here so I don't leave it behind. Flip the camera around so you kind of see. So you see behind me is a racetrack. And so you think like, well, this isn't some just, you know, suburban street, but yet you flip it around here. You can see what's really going on. What they won't have on camera when the race is going on is the 7-Eleven that's out of business, and the Arco gas station, and the tacky souvenirs shop. Whoever mentioned Ellis Island, by the way, that's why I have any access at all down this way to the racetrack, is because they have to provide driveway access. There's 2 driveways. But you can see there the pedestrian bridge that has the Saudi Aramco branding on it. I guess they're a big sponsor of Formula One. Okay, let's get caught up here. The race setup is just as bad as NASCAR at Chicago. Oh, did they do NASCAR in Chicago? That's I have to see that. I'm just not that familiar with, I don't follow sports typically, including motorsport. So this is all kind of new to me, but you know, to have what's already such a busy area, have, I don't know if they're expecting, 100,000 more people or something to come to this event, and all the infrastructure that goes into turning a very busy area. The only place I could think of that would be wilder is if they ever did a Formula One in Manhattan. That might have a similar problem. This is interesting. I want to show you this pedestrian bridge while we're here. You notice they've gone to huge lengths to put up barriers, because there are 2 things that Formula One are really concerned about. And that's having debris from the track as somebody's zipping along at 200 miles an hour or more, kicking like a shredded piece of tire or something up and hitting and killing somebody, or having some spectator see the race car coming and drop something and kill a driver or injure a driver, to the point where they have actually put a metal panel there. So even though here you can kind of see that you're able to see out, once you get over the track, it's completely walled off. And I understand that's common practice at racetracks in general anyway. So something to keep in mind as we get over to Las Vegas Boulevard, because these famous Las Vegas pedestrian bridges, the permanent ones, they're having to put barriers up, and that's creating some interesting cynicism among the locals as to the barriers and price of tickets and whatnot. So this is a Flamingo crossing Cobol, and right now, while the race isn't going on, it's open to the public. Regular drivers going down Flamingo Avenue are just driving right over the bridge, normal traffic. But look underneath the bridge. I'll kind of zoom in. It's a digital zoom, so it's not going to look all that great. But you see the base of the bridge there? So it's steel I-beams and girders, just not permanent looking ones, so they don't look real pretty. But it looks like they've put down corrugated steel on top of that and then paved over the top of it. And so it has a very rattly, I don't know how well my mic is picking it up, but it's got a very rattly sound as traffic goes over it. You can hear pieces of metal banging together, making noise as traffic makes the pieces of steel bonk into each other. But as, like I say, as janky and kind of half-baked as it looks, it's able to hold a fully loaded semi. It's to the same, Clark County, I think, were the ones who were in on this, and they were saying, yeah, it's weight rated for anything. Now, I don't know earthquake, right? You can see the columns here literally just sit on the ground, just balanced. So if you had the horizontal, what do you call that, lateral forces from an earthquake, this thing might be cooked. They got some bracing though, so it might be actually better than I think. I'm not a structural engineer, so I'm just casually observing. And if you're in that world, please feel free to speak up and comment where I'm wrong. But they've kept it kind of works like an interchange, because they've kept the outer lane at grade, and traffic can access it. So that gives me pedestrian access to walk along it, but it also kind of acts almost like a diamond interchange. You can have the traffic coming along, Flamingo can come through the light here and then make turns and then come along this way. It's not signalized very well right now because this is temporary. There's a lot of split phase signal timing where they're only allowing one direction at a time and everybody takes turns. For instance, traffic coming southbound on Koval turning this way, almost all of it's doing that because Koval dead ends that way. So they'll put on a green and hold the movement westbound red and the eastbound movement red for the turns. So, and then as this traffic comes eastbound, they'll hold a red on this side and on the southbound side too. So the lines last night when I was driving around here to check this out really backed up quite badly. Again, it's something where if this was a real interchange, they'd do something different, but because it's temporary, it's impressive they've been able to do what they do. Okay, let me flip this around and take a look at the messages you've been writing, because I've been so busy geeking out about the bridge I haven't read that. Okay. Billy writes, only Las Vegas. It's funny you mentioned that, because Vegas, the town famous for having a perfectly good casino and blowing it up and building a new one, which, by the way, is a little bit misguided, because if you look at the age of some of those casinos that they were blowing up back in the 90s and 2000s, they were built in the 50s. So I don't feel too bad. They were small properties and whatnot. But there is that perception of consumerism and waste that this town is known for. And this seems pretty wasteful, and you're not alone. In fact, let me get out of the sidewalk, because I'm making people have to walk around, and that's not fair to them. The Las Vegas Review-Journal was talking with one of the county commissioners here, and she was saying, in fact, I'm going to get her actual quote out. I printed it out, because she was looking at this too, saying, look, if Formula One is going to be a regular thing here, year after year, setting up a temporary bridge again and again is going to get pretty expensive. So she was talking, saying, quote, if this becomes a long-term thing, talking about Formula One, I don't want to have to do bridges every single time. Maybe that's something you look at making more permanent. That's Commissioner Patrick. So perhaps if this becomes a long-term arrangement, Formula One and Clark County will work together, probably each thinking the other's going to pay for it, right? To build a real overcrossing here, so that way it's just there and there's less disruption. Locals, perception locally is not great. If you read the local coverage and where they've gone and people on YouTube have gone and talked to locals, they see that this is a 6-month setup for all the repaving, the closures, the temporary bridges, for an event that people are flying from all over the world and spending thousands of dollars to go to that they locally can't go to. And they're like, well, where's like the cheap tickets for local people? Like Formula One's gesture to the community of sorry for the disruption here. We want to give back. We want to include you in this. And instead, you get the perception that Formula One is nickeling and diming every single aspect of it. Formula One, we're going to all the restaurants at the base of the hotels along the strip who have a view of the race cars, and trying to shake them up, basically saying, we're going to build a big temporary wall in front of your business so nobody can see it unless you pay us per the number of seats in your restaurant. And for some facilities, they were looking at a bill that was pushing $1 million to be able to have a view of the race. And I'm like, come on, we're dealing with all these closures and traffic issues and things. Our sales are down to accommodate you bringing this venue to town, and you're trying to shake us up for $1 million. And so Formula One heard, and they came back and said, well, how does, I don't know, it's like $20,000 or $30,000. And that's still not great, but for a restaurant weekend when there's a lot of out-of-towners spending a lot of money, and that actually does sound like some come back. But between the barriers, granted they're for safety, we'll talk about that when we walk down Port Las Vegas Boulevard, but the barriers going up and making it difficult for people to just stand on the sidewalk and watch because they're trying to push everybody into these very expensive seats that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think a lot of people feel like, yeah, it's a bunch of rich people coming and ruining life. They're saying on Friday, people going to work plan 2 hours extra to get to work. Maybe on Wednesday and Thursday too, maybe. So it's something that there's a lot of negative souring locally to this, that if this continues to be a long-term thing, Formula One's really got to work with Clark County residents here. And you notice I keep mentioning Clark County. It's because where we're standing here and where this entire race circuit is actually not in the city of Las Vegas. Most of the big casinos, the Belagio and the MGM Grand and the ones that you hear of, are not in the city boundaries of Las Vegas. They're in unincorporated Clark County, in a sense it's a designated place called Paradise. So it's the county of Clark that's doing a lot of this, the emergency services. And there was the Unified Fire for Clark County. We need a way to get our fire trucks in here, because when Formula One's putting together their safety plan, the traffic plan, they're working with the fire department to say, what do you need to be able to respond to an incident if, say, somebody was having a heart attack in one of the guest rooms, which I'm sure when you have thousands of rooms in there, they get calls all the time. Well, if the track is shut from, access inside that infield is completely shut off from 5 p.m. to like 5 a.m., you can't just tell people, well, too bad, good luck having your heart attack. Maybe the MGM staff can help you. I'm like, no, so they actually put in a fire plan. This is it. This is part 1 of 3 of their fire plan. Okay, let me get caught up with the comments here. That's really high for Arco. It's like $1 cheaper down the road. Yeah. I'm used to California. Anything under $5 is going pretty good to me. I got spoiled when I was filming in Carmel and in the Midwest for the videos that you'll see coming up this winter and into next year. Excuse me. Gas was $3 something range. It was funny, my sister, I swung by her house on my way home, and she would drive all the way across town because it was a nickel cheaper somewhere else. And she got, I got annoyed with her. She says, well, I'm trying to save money. What's 50 cents on a tank of gas? And the gas is like $3.50. That's basically free compared to what I'm used to. I think at that point I was paying close to $6. Scroll down a little ways here. Supposedly the event will have a $1.1 billion annual impact. Which way? I'm just kidding. No, it's neat. This town is based on bringing out-of-towners to town, spending money here. So it makes sense to hold an event like this. But I can understand that if they're going to have this here long term, and if Formula One's willing to help significantly pay for it, a permanent overpass here might make a lot of sense. But I think it's also kind of fun is this street, I think, is typically, I can't tell if it's 3 or 4 lanes, but this overpass is accommodating 2 in each way. And it would be fun to have a traffic analysis, I don't know if they're doing one, but to see a traffic analysis of, because you're not having that push stop of a traffic signal here, how many vehicles per hour they can move through this intersection with just 2 lanes moving continuously versus 4. And like, to give you a little tease of the Carmel, Indiana video, I'm going to put this in my pocket because I'm playing with it, but if I drop it on the ground, it pulls on the mic. Okay. Carmel, Indiana, which I'll talk about in the video coming up, had a major boulevard like this just to the east side of their downtown. And it has the problem of you have a major intersection about every half mile or mile, and the traffic all coming to a stop, 3 or 4 lanes, and then having to go again, and then stop, and then go again. That the state was trying to figure out, well, shoot, we have to widen it to 4 lanes, buy up a bunch of properties. It was the mayor of Carmel who worked with the state to say, hey, we'll take it over. You give us the money you were going to spend on the widening. We'll do grade separation instead at all of those signals. And then, of course, they did roundabouts, these like dumbbell-shaped roundabouts on each interchange, so you never have the ramps backing up. And they're able to keep that boulevard moving now as like a light freeway better with 2 lanes and a narrower footprint than they would have if they'd widened it to 4 lanes, and it costs a similar amount of money. You know, the land and the street widening and moving all the drains and utilities versus the, I think they did about 6 overcrossings. So anyway, just another thing to think about is just if they build a permanent grade separation here, it doesn't necessarily have to be 3 or 4 lanes in each direction. It might be able to get by with 2. Okay, we'll probably move along here to somewhere else, but I just want to see. Jack writes, that type of bridge is called a Bailey bridge, and they are common practice for temporary bridges, especially in construction zone. And Eric writes, that bridge is very loud in the road area. Yeah, I think this entire stream today is going to be pretty loud because Las Vegas is not a quiet place. And partly why I've been hanging out here is everywhere else we're going to be, I'm going to probably have to keep walking and moving because the sidewalks are busy. And with all the barriers and things up for Formula One, there isn't a lot of great places to stop. If you joined me for the live stream 6 months ago where we looked at Tropicana, we were able to slow down and take our time. Las Vegas Boulevard feels a lot more pulled apart right now than it was 6 months ago. So, which is interesting. That tells me that's about when they were probably getting started working on all this. So, let's go walk under the bridge and check it out. See what we got here. Okay, and I'll try not to trip on this cord. Alex writes, vroom, vroom, cargo, vroom. Well, that's fair. That is not an incorrect assessment of what's going on here. I gotta plug the power into, I have a battery bank so the phone doesn't die. I forgot to plug it in. Get that plugged in here. So yeah, this is where the wait times across the street, you do still have a button working. Thoughts on the 1960 Monza? I probably know more about the Chevy Monza than I do the Monza race, unfortunately. So my opinion is no, I'd have to go read the Wikipedia article about it. You probably know more about it than me if you're asking about it. So unfortunately, I just don't know. New F1 cars sound more like vacuum cleaners, but man, are they fast. Yeah, writes Mark. Yeah, I think they were saying it's that Ferrari V10 engine. Jack Gilman writes, a quote from a New York City road engineer about the BQE. A well-built 2-lane freeway can work a lot better than an outdated 3-lane. Well, especially if you have converging places and whatnot. It's hard to see when it was my time to walk. You can see underneath the bridge there's actually really 2 structures. One for the eastbound and one for the westbound. But it's humbling to think that it's, I guess that's not corrugated steel, is it? That's like little I-beams that are tied together. That makes me feel a bit better. And at a distance, it looks janky, but when you look at it up close, it actually looks really nice. I mean, they've got these nice bases. It's interesting, the soil that it sits on is in like a little planter box above ground. I'm impressed that the wire baskets that soil is, that you're not getting like a weird blowout thing. As this pushes down, the soil's going to want to push out. But shows there's some very knowledgeable and experienced structural engineers that you could go to and say, we want to build a temporary bridge without completely destroying the street underneath. And they're like, no problem. And they could sit down in CAD and figure all this out and end up building something pretty neat. Well, it looks like we got a super chat from Efrain Estorga. I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but he writes, greetings from Tijuana, home of the no slip lane DDI. What intersection is that? I got to go on Google Maps when I get home and check that out, because no slip lane DDI. I'm trying to picture in my head how that would even work. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Can I click on the little heart? I guess I can't. Classic Las Vegas. People just, I'm done. Put the garbage there. So you can see over here, they have local access to some of the condos and things on the outside, but you actually can turn on the inside too and go down the actual racetrack side too. Let's see if I can peek over here while we're waiting for the signal and see the racetrack some. Makes me think, you know, if you have people you know, I've always dreamed of like an American Autobahn or whatever, what it would take to engineer for people who are going 150 miles an hour. Just how much space it takes. You know, this straightaway here, probably about a half a mile or so, you know, where they can really open it up. Same with Las Vegas Boulevard. I've wondered too how wide the track needs to be, and it looks like they get by with about 3 conventional roadway lanes. Because I'd worried, I know here on Koval they removed I think it had a median and they ripped it out. And on Las Vegas Boulevard, that median has beautiful palm trees, mature palm trees. And I was sitting there saying it would be really a tragedy if they had to pull those palm trees out. But thankfully they could push the racetrack just to the southbound side of the street, and that makes it work quite a bit better, you know, without having, less disrupted. It still gives the race cars plenty of room. But I'm thinking, you know, if you've got a 12-foot wide freeway lane, how squishy that could start to feel when you're going, you know, some speed over 65. And the faster you go, the squishier that lane feels. When you're pushing a car 300 miles an hour, this corridor that's maybe 35 feet wide or whatever, you know, 35, 40 feet wide, must start to feel very tight. And then that's, I don't know if they try to pass each other on the straights or on the corners, but if they're trying to pass each other either way, you know, it could get pretty squishy feeling. So we haven't even gotten over to the Las Vegas Boulevard side where the absolute chaos is. This is a lot quieter here. But I'm hoping there's a pedestrian place to cross somewhere as we get farther down, because I'd love to, as I walk across the street, give you a chance to kind of see the track from the inside. It's a lot of fun when you're driving a car, because you're driving a car down a regular street, and so you're able to just have this like weird experience where you feel for a tiny second like, oh, must be what it's like to be a race car driver, you know. But the challenge with that is there's so much traffic. I never got going much faster than about 20 miles an hour and spent most of the time stopped. So that didn't feel very racy at all, you know, like racing at all. But the lighting is another thing that they've been having to do nighttime closures. A lot of road work to set all this stuff up. Takedown, I imagine, is quicker, but still there's going to be, you know, even after this event is all over, public perception, positive or not, people are going to, you know, continue to be kind of annoyed with having to close the roads again to take all this stuff down. But the lighting's a big deal because Formula One's based out of Europe, and a lot of the viewers are European. You go find any YouTube video about Formula One, and the people talking about it all have, you know, English accents. And so for them to be able to watch the race, they're doing the race in the middle of the night here. And that's been an interesting challenge too, because the friction matters. You know, everything in Formula One is engineered to a crazy extent. And my tripod just fell apart. Oh, that's fun. Down to exactly the type of material they pave the road with to make sure it's got the right grip, what kind of tires they use. You know, it's interesting, the pavement, typically when you build a road, you're worried about compressive forces. They have, you know, when a big semi-truck is going down the road, it's squishing the asphalt and the sublayers and the dirt underneath and pressing any air that's in there or water it can push out over time. And that, this lady's not even looking. Didn't even see me. Utah license plate. And I can say that because I used to drive that way. Anyway, I've gotten better. And so your big semi-truck comes down the road, and in the dirt, it pushes out any, what they call that, air voids, and moisture content that can push away, and biomass that decomposes. Anyway, just over time, it gets where they can squish it more and more and more. I can see the monorail going by. So that runs into a challenge where I got to figure out how to cross this thing. The flexible pavement on top, the asphalt, starts failing because now there's nothing supporting it underneath, so it starts bowing down into that void, into like the, you know, divot in the road and the rut, and then eventually the pavement cracks because it's being stretched too far. And the challenge you have after that is that you got to rebuild the road, you know, fill those voids back in and resurface the asphalt. But with Formula One, those cars don't weigh anything. They're really, really light. So they're not worried about the compressive forces, the pushing down toward gravity forces that normally you'd be worried about with the road. They're worried about the other direction, the shear forces, because that tire is trying to rip really hard in one direction. Well, you know, every force has an equal and opposite reaction. So if the tire is pushing really hard one way, the pavement's going to want to rip the other way. You know, almost like somebody tripping on a blanket. You make the blanket fly backwards behind you, you know. And so I think that's the stuff that they're more worried about. As far as the specific materials they put into it, I don't know, other than some of the very expensive Grand Prix, they actually ground up granite and put it in the road, which I can't imagine is all that cheap. We walked by the Sphere, and I forgot to show you. But you can see here's where the monorail makes its turn. And that part's going to be really fun if you end up watching the race. You have the cars zipping, 200 miles an hour, and then you'll see this monorail track above their heads for, about a second at that speed. But I think that part makes it kind of fun. So I kind of think that this, Harmon's down the other way where the other bridges are. So we're actually walking the wrong way. I'll show you the other bridges, but oh well, we're going this way now. Okay, well, let's take a look and see what rent dog cap rates. Decomposed granite is actually apparently pretty cheap. Our driveway used to be made of it. Oh, okay. I just assumed, that's what they make the fancy countertops out of, but I suppose rock is rock. So you find a quarry and grind it all up. If rain writes again, there's a couple of comments. I'm not sure where they went. Las Vegas is one of the better places for big tourist events. Once adapted, it'll be easy to host. Yeah, I kind of think so too. But the trouble is, I'm trying to think through, like, building a permanent bridge on year one, if that would have been wise or foolish. The wisdom of it is, well, hey, we're signing a contract for many years, so why waste money on a perfectly good temporary bridge that is going to pull apart when we could be instead building a permanent one with that money. But the downside is, if this is such a fiasco that locals never ever want to host it ever again, and you've built a permanent bridge, I don't know. But I tend to agree. This is a town that once the infrastructure is in place, but I do think they need to figure out a way to set it up much quicker and easier than what people in this town have had to put up with, because at the end of the day, it's local people who work all the jobs that make this town go, and you don't want to irritate them to the point where they all quit and move away. All right, so Mega Joker writes, they're going to save the bridge, though. Store it and reuse it every year. Okay, well, that's good. And then Tara Epon writes, there are shuttles on the other side of the strip that go between the resorts that are free, but I think those are normal trains. Okay. Yeah, this side of the strip has an actual monorail system that connects many things together, and it's pretty useful. You actually buy a ticket to ride on it. It's cool. It's automated too. But the other side has these disconnected tramway things that feel a lot like the monorail, but they're different, and those don't connect together, and that's really a shame. I always dream of a world where you can tie these two things together and make one big loop of a monorail, using you'd have to tear it out and rebuild it, but use the same guideway right-of-way as the shuttles, and then I'd run it all the way to the airport and all the way up to Fremont Street and really make like a thing of it. But the challenge is that the existing monorail's aging. It's probably a lot of it's going to need to be rebuilt in the future. It's never really turned up to the profit that the operators hoped. I think the convention center ended up buying it, sort of a mercy deal, just to keep it going because they need it for conventions. But to me, that would be a really neat system if people could use the monorail for all of their travel. If it connected to Harry Reid Airport and all the way up to Fremont Street, I think it could turn a profit and then pay its bonds off. But but I just don't know, what sort of debt obligation, and who would own it? Who would take on the debt? Does the convention center want to own all that? Do they try to sell it to RTC, who do the buses? RTC doesn't seem to be interested. They tend to be more looking at wanting to do like a bus rapid transit line, but the trouble with bus rapid transit is Las Vegas Boulevard's already so tight that I just don't think that you're going to get the space you need to have a dedicated busway. And if you do, it's going to be really unpopular because you're taking a car lane away. And if you don't, the bus is not going to work because it's going to be stuck in the same traffic as everybody else. It's no different than the local service they already have. They've got these things called deuces that are the 2-level double-decker buses that run up and down the strip. Okay, so behind me here you can see, and I'll give you a better view here, more of the racetrack. This is on the, those of you following along on Google Maps, this is on the north end where Sands Boulevard turns into Spring Mountain. And track lighting the entire way. And what they've done here is the outside is open so employees and deliveries can get in to do what they need to do. Those temporary bridges could provide access if they need to bring in like a catering truck or something. They can go over the temporary bridge and wander around through the casinos and then work their way back here to the outside of the track and turn in. That's another thing I think would be fun if you end up watching the race. Watch as the cameras pan over the track, watch the outside and see what kind of emergency vehicles and delivery vehicles you see milling about on the outside of the barrier. Now, I think more and more as you get approaching race day, you get what's really going to start irritating locals. And that's where they put up these tarps as a visual barrier. Right now, I could see into it pretty good. If I was a local, I'd say, hey, I'm going to, take the bus downtown or whatever and to the strip. And then I'm going to stand here. Oh, you can see the sphere in the background there. He's smiling. I'm going to stand here and then I'll just watch the race for free. And it's not the best seats in the world, but then I can feel like it's part of the community and I experience the event. But for quote-unquote safety reasons, I think most of the course is going to have, they're going to toss the tarps up. So you won't be able to see it. I think the thought is, well, people will be clogging the sidewalks and nobody will be able to walk anywhere. So if we make it so you can't see it, then the sidewalks will keep moving. It's not the worst idea, but it's not like tickets are $30 where you can just, I'll buy a ticket and sit in one of the grandstands. Tickets could be $1,000 or more. Often, what bothered me, I went on just to look, and not that I was seriously interested in going to see the race, but I thought, what would it take for me to be able to go see one of these if I wanted to? And I couldn't find anything priced. I think there were some tickets that were $400 before all the, StubHub fees or whatever. But that's an awful lot to be sitting in the middle of the night in the cold. And then the most of the stuff that's still available is very unbelievably expensive. It's it's into the thousands of dollars. It's like an all-inclusive multi-day thing where you get to sit in a box and eat like really fancy food or something. Which, great, that sounds wonderful for those that can afford it. But I've owned cars that cost less than that. So for the common working stiff, I can see them being really annoyed by this, because it's one thing when you have a very expensive event, like at the MGM Grand, when they'll have like a heavyweight boxing championship, thing, and the tickets are $10,000 or whatever, right? But it's all contained in a box. And there's a lot of expensive things that happen inside boxes all the time. Disneyland's a big box, and a lot of people can't afford to go in their box, but it's fine. But this is not in a box. This is consuming a huge, mile by half mile area of some of the most heavy employment for the entire metropolitan area, and locals who pass back and forth through here who would have to bypass it. I can see that being really annoying as a slap in the face to say, oh, well, you can't even come down here and watch the event because we're going to put these up so you can't. I can see that being pretty annoying. I'm not sure how long this took, but I expect there was a lot of first-time setup involved. Typical street circuits setup is usually about 6 weeks. Okay, and that might be too, because again, this is something that they haven't done since the 80s, and in the 80s it was a parking lot. So, Efrain writes, Excalibur to Mandalay is free, New York to Belagio is free too. So maybe there are some places. Oh, you're talking, oh, that's talking the monorail trail. I'm getting behind. Is Las Vegas home, right to U-Haul? No, I'm based out of the Central Valley of California, but it's close by. And for me, if it's this side of Denver, it's a local story. So. Do you think that the huge blowback from Las Vegas locals regarding the delays are abnormal for Formula One due to the fact that this might be the most car-dependent city core Formula One has raced in? I don't know. I don't know enough about Formula One. This is all new to me. When I was a kid in the 90s, there were 2 computer games I had, NASCAR racing and IndyCar racing. And IndyCar racing looks like Formula One, but it's not Formula One. And that's as much as I got into Formula One. I play these little DOS games, you know. I'm just not a sports guy, other than maybe watching the Utah Jazz try to go to the finals and not win. And so the car motorsport I just never really got into either. You know, I should. I love cars and transportation. So this is the first time I've cared about it because it's something interesting. But yeah, I don't know because I would also imagine Monaco has narrow streets. It's an older city, and trying to wall off the entire street, how do you do deliveries to the businesses during the weeks you're setting up, right? We're here, yeah, you're messing up suburbs, but this is a town that's designed to, you don't go to Las Vegas Boulevard thinking you're going to fly down it, right? This is the, Monday afternoon, you're going to be hitting a lot of lights and stopped and waiting, and so I'm not sure what to think of it. Like I said, I think somebody, if they really wanted to get geeky about it, could do a PhD level traffic study of this and kind of a macro study to look at, I don't know what sort of automated detectors Clark County has or NDOT or whatever to kind of, a lot of states have a system called PEMS, and it's like performance metric system or something, I forget, but it's all the automated counters. So they can watch. It was fascinating. I wanted to do a story, but I never got Caltrans to get back to me, of the PEMS data during COVID. Because when I went on there, you could see, I had a PEMS account for a while, because it's public data, you could just request it. And you could see the traffic counts on some highways dip way down, and it was fascinating to see how the rebound was going to be and whether we were going to return to normal. But I know that regional planners and engineers have spreadsheets and things and automated macros and stuff where they're able to look at a bigger picture. I can only pull up like, okay, what's the traffic like on this segment of freeway at this time of day or whatever to give me a number. If there's a PEMS type system for Clark County, it would be fascinating to see how traffic diverts around, what roads you see higher volumes on, do more people just stay home? A lot of times that's what happens is you'll have a major event or closure. In California, about 10 years ago, the 405 freeway goes from Santa Monica into the San Fernando Valley, one of the busier freeways probably in America. And it has to go through this mountain pass, and it's like 4 lanes each way, and they wanted to add a 5th lane, a purple lane. So to do that, there was this huge bridge at Mulholland Drive. That's this big arch bridge because it's going from the top of the hill to the top of the hill. So it's much higher than a regular highway bridge. And to demolish it, they had to shut down the entire freeway for 3 days or a weekend or something because there's just no safe way to try to keep the traffic open. And they called it Carmageddon. because if the 405 being closed, you'd have to go all the way out to, I think, the 101 freeway, the old Hollywood freeway, to get around it one way. And the other way, there is no other way around it. There's no more freeways past the 405. You have some of the streets, I think, where they are, not Coldwater Canyon. Anyway, these little like mountainy roads that are one lane each way and wind around. So there is no alternate route. And when they looked at the data, and just anecdotally what people found, the freeways were wide open because everybody stayed home. And so that's kind of one of the interesting things about it is that's not to say, I could see an anti-car type person saying, well, it's proof we could just demolish the 405 and not have it anymore. Well, you're going to lose a lot of economic activity, and in the long run, people are going to adjust the routes and things. But for a short-term thing, it's fun to see people just opt to just not drive. And so that also is going to maybe affect this because it's short-term, it's only 3 or 4 days. There may be a lot of Nevadans who just choose, oh, hello. Sphere was saying hi. Behind me. Anyway, there may be a lot of Nevadans who just say, well, I'm just going to stay home. I'm not going to worry about going out at all. Okay, I'm getting way behind on messages here. It's going to kill us, writes Nasty Two-Legged Red. The sphere be thick, writes Red Fur. Does he have eyebrows? He has a good smile. I waved him and he smiled back. They're giving control of the sphere over to Formula One during the race. Oh, that might be kind of fun. Let's see what kind of graphics they put on that. I wish I'm sure somebody's made a video about it, but it'd be fascinating what type of light boards they put. Because you want to understand, the light boards are not just on the outside, they're on the inside too. And I have seen some YouTube shorts and whatnot of people in the venue, and then as the concert happens, all of a sudden it's like you're flying through space, and they can do weird optical illusions because you're inside of a sphere, kind of like when you've gone to a planetarium, and they can make it look like you're in space. But doing wacky stuff with that. But what type of light boards they put on there? I think the sphere is what I was seeing when I flew back recently from back east, and my flight went over Flagstaff, Arizona, so I was quite a ways from Las Vegas, but it's dark and you can see the towns in the distance. I can see Las Vegas, and there was this like big pink thing right in the middle, and I was wondering what it was, and I'm thinking it was probably the sphere lit up pink or something, because it was very, very bright, brighter than anything else, and I don't remember ever seeing that before. So it's neat. That's a fun project that. Railroad writes, Carmageddon was also a video game. It billed itself the racing game for the chemically unbalanced. Awesome. AA Sim writes, with APEC happening in San Francisco, many are thinking they will go on public transit for the first time in a long while. Yeah, I mean, public transit's fascinating because it's an economy of scale thing.
Oh yeah.
When everybody rides it, it kind of works because you have enough normal people on there that you're not scared by the people who are only riding it because they can't drive. But my brother rode the bus to his university classes for years, and he warmed up to transit partly because of the social welfare benefit of saying, yeah, when you ride on the bus, you see a lot of people who have physical or mental disabilities, and he goes, it's worth every penny. These people should not be trying to drive. Because if you have no transit system, then people are going to try to drive because they need access to the economic activities that they want to participate in, the mobility that they need. It's worth every penny just for those people. Now, if you can make the system even better, you have, able-bodied, insured driver licensed people want to take transit too, then you're really cooking with gas. And that's why I feel bad for some of these big city systems. They had that, and then with work from home and just the nature of work changing for the better, right? They've lost that economy of scale. It's sort of spiraled down where it's not making the kind of ridership they used to, and then people get scared. I've heard it with LA Metro, where I rode LA Metro as a tourist and things quite a bit 10 years ago, pre-pandemic, 5 years ago. I haven't ridden it post-pandemic, in part because there's this perception among locals that the only people left on LA Metro are really scary and they're going to steal your wallet and stab, which is mostly not true. But if enough of us get scared and go, I'll just drive. What's parking? $40? That's worth it. My copay is going to be more than that after I get stabbed. If they get that mindset, then yeah, the only people left on the transit is sketchy, and then it deteriorates. So anytime you can get people excited to jump on transit and use it just once, they go, oh, this actually isn't too bad. Maybe I'll use this now. So it's like getting that habit back. I will say, however, that I think it's misguided to be saying, well, to save transit, we need to get everybody to go back to the office. No! If we're serious about combating climate change and addressing congestion and reducing pollution, working from home is like, that solves all of it. It's like a good, better, best. Driving's good, transit's better, working from home is best. So no, I'd rather downtowns evolve and adapt into something else, even if the ridership is down, if people can still work from home and not have commutes, than to say, not to get political, but like LA's current mayor, for economic reasons, is trying to push everybody to go back to working in the office and making all the city employees who worked fine remotely go back to work in the office, and trying to make sure I'm not blocking the sidewalk here. And the challenge, though, is you're trying to fight smog and congestion and parking issues. Why are you trying to get everybody to drive back into downtown LA? Like, that doesn't make sense. I missed a super chat, and I don't want to miss it, so I am going to look at it here. Oh, my mom. Well, thank you. Love your live, so fun, Charles. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's just a bit more casual one today. Everything, people are just enjoying hanging out and stuff. Highway commuting is not carbon neutral. Oh yeah, I mean, if I'm going to travel on a road, I'm emitting carbon dioxide. So that's, there's, as I say, good, better, best, right? Like, traveling by car is good because it gets me to work. Traveling by transit's better because unless I'm riding in the bus and the bus is empty, hopefully I'm putting out fewer pollutants and consuming less fuel and emitting less greenhouse gases, right? If I'm sharing the bus with a lot of people or riding with an electric light rail train or something that hopefully is powered by something that's reasonably clean, that's going to be better than driving. But the best of all is if I can just have the internet carry my work back and forth. It's almost nothing. Nicholas Atko says, if the working from home trend continues, do you think we could see some major office buildings in downtown LA and other cities be converted to residential? I would love that. I think that would be very wise, and I get very annoyed at, let's keep walking and talking while we're talking about it. I get very annoyed by a lot of property developers who are still continuing to build Class A commercial space right now. Well, why are you, I haven't seen it in downtown areas, but I know there's a tech area, a mini Austin, south of Salt Lake City, that they nicknamed Silicon Slopes, and they're still continuing to build office, even though a lot of those buildings are empty. And I think that's kind of foolish. I don't understand why more institutional money isn't chasing residential units when the projects are just screaming. And all I can figure is maybe you go to a city and you say, I want to build a tall office building, medium-sized office building, 5 stories tall or something. And cities probably say, sure, that's jobs or whatever. But you say, I want to build a 5-story residential building, and everybody loses their minds. Oh, the traffic and the services they're going to consume, and how often is the cops going to get called out there, and so, because I think residential means you're consuming resources rather than, I think the thought with commercial is it's generating revenue. Car dealership comes to town, not that many people go in and out of the car dealership, and you make hundreds of dollars in sales tax several times a day, But you know, versus a house. Well, then they might put their kids in school, and then they'll, you know, want to use the park and, you know, flush their toilets and everything, and that's consuming infrastructure, you know. So anyway, I'm getting sidelined on that. But I was reading in, I think it was the Wall Street Journal, about this idea. Could we convert sort of the, you know, older unused office space in downtowns, like you mentioned, to residential? And they came up with 3 problems. One was the nice buildings that are emptier, they're going to lease. What will happen is, as their tenants' leases expire, and the reason we haven't seen a huge crash is a commercial lease can be 10 years long, you know, and so you don't see the implosion like you do with, say, the housing crash in 2008, where people missed 3 payments and then boom, you have a foreclosure crisis. You know, commercial tenants, they're still continuing to pay their rents and things, but it's much slower, and so you're going to see the commercial real estate market really just drag and just be really kind of in a recession for many, many years to come as more and more leases expire. But what will happen is people will upscale. They'll say, hey, the really nice office space, we can afford that now because the prices have come down. So they'll move out of the dumpier office buildings into the nice ones. So it won't be like, oh, I'm going to take a really, you know, the Salesforce Tower in San Francisco and convert it to residential. It's going to be more some old building that's really reaching the end of its usable life anyway. And then the argument is, do you want to spend millions and millions of dollars retrofitting, you know, 45 or 50-year-old office building into residential space? Maybe I just bulldoze the building and build residential space, but then you're starting over, right? You're still having to. So that's one problem. Second problem they mentioned was you have where the floor loads, that the pounds per square foot that you put onto the concrete floors is much heavier for residential, because residential you're putting couches and refrigerators and, you know, versus office, typically there's a lot of open space. It's office chairs, lightweight cubicles, you know, there's conference rooms and things. And so having to get in after the fact and check the engineering on these buildings to see, well, if you really load it up, you know, with a lot of furniture and appliances, is the building still structurally sound? And a lot of them might not be. And then, and that's a valid issue. There's famously a story, if you want to look it up, about they built a library, but they didn't properly account for how heavy the books were. I mean, books weigh a lot more than furniture, obviously, but it's the same principle. And so when they loaded up the library, they realized they were starting to have cracking and weird issues with the building. And the structural people came out and go, oh my gosh, we're overloading this thing. So they have to have every other bookshelf empty in this library, because the pounds per square foot, the floor load can only take so much. So that's issue number 2. And issue number 3 is you have a lot more plumbing and ventilation that you've got to retrofit into the building, and you don't have that much natural light. A residential building, the cross sections are a lot thinner, so you can get more windows to, you know, so all the bedrooms can have windows and things. You're running a heater and air conditioning vent to each bedroom. You have more bathrooms per, you know, square foot. And so you have to come into this office space, and it's not just partitioning all the walls out, but you got to partition it in a way that you can try to maximize as much window space for each unit without making the units huge. So that might mean like only the living room gets a window, like a little narrow window, and then because you're trying to save as much window space as you can for the next unit, and then you're having to plumb every single unit, so that creates a challenge, and do HVAC. So if you start putting all 3 problems together, you're like, I've got a 50-year-old building that I don't know if it can carry the weight, and I've got to put millions of dollars into it to partition the units out. a certain point, people go, ah, forget it, let's just bulldoze it. So if somebody can come up with a cost-effective way to reliably retrofit office, they'll become a billionaire. But I think there's a lot of hurdles. And then, of course, politically, you got to rezone the building. Who knows what whims the city council might have about trying to. So this is the corner here where the track turns from Sands, which is Spring Mountain. There's the Fashion Show Mall behind the track there. And you can see the lighting bar coming across the intersection as it goes on to Las Vegas Boulevard. I'm going to go around this guy. I don't want to block his photo. And this is where it's going to be a little harder for me to... no copyright strike on music. Well, I don't monetize the live streams because I figure if you guys enjoy them, you can just kick me a few bucks, so I don't worry about that. If for some reason you want running ads, that's probably because of the music, but nothing I can do about that. It's just when you're in a public space, people have music. Okay, Bilbo Jenkins writes, hey Rob, come up and consult with Carson City. Come see just how awful our traffic lights are. Is it a matter of timing, like you just don't get good signal progression? Because I know that's an art. There's something that I saw a headline, I didn't read much into it, about Google trying to work with a few cities to do AI light timing. And that's something I've always wondered. If you had enough sensors and a really good algorithm, could you have dynamic signal timing where it's not running a timing plan on timers that are all coordinated with each other. It's literally looking at clumps of traffic, scoring them and saying who gets priority over who, and trying to on the fly use a huge server to do it. And it sounds like that's what Google's wanting to do. But the challenge I've been thinking is that Google also has a tendency to want to like do something really cool, and then they get bored with it and then walk away from it. Google Fiber, Google Buzz, Hangouts, the My Google page where you put all the RSS feeds. And famously, I worked in radio. They had this thing called Google Radio that was big in the industry, where they were going to make it really easy for people to buy commercials, and it would just feed right to your radio station. And Google Radio, they got bored of it after like 2 years and sold it. It became spun off to a company called Wide Orbit. So having Google say, hey, we're going to get in and we're going to fiddle with the everybody's traffic lights and eliminate traffic, I just kind of shrug and say, well, that would be neat. But I noticed this speed limit signs on backwards. Do they have... Well, either they hung that wrong, or I'm not sure what that's about. A temporary 30-mile-an-hour speed limit makes sense because with all the barriers and everything up. So this is the side that's not the track. So it's more normal. I think it's got 4 lanes open. They only have 3 on the southbound side. Bigfoot writes, shotgunning ideas with this type of money Google has, I figure, would end in some good ideas out of many. Yeah, and maybe that's their approach. They're trying to find a unicorn in the haystack. It really wouldn't be that hard. Formula One cars get no speed limit, writes Alex Liu. Yeah, well, that's it. I've been to that sign. I have a picture of it, writes Nicholas TKYO. I'm not sure which sign. The speed limit sign, that's a very impressively nerdy thing you have a picture of, but I don't think that's the sign you're talking about. Las Vegas is becoming the Autobahn for a few days. Writes awesome AASM. Buddy writes, Google employees can set up their own pet projects. That's why they get bored, is there's no bigger vision behind it. Yeah, and I'm getting annoyed because I love Android Auto, and it's starting to feel that way. Buddy writes, Formula One cars do get speed limits in the pit lane. Now, I wondered here what they're going to do between 5 p.m. and race time or practice time with the barriers here. If they've got temporary ones that they drag out, because there's a big opening here at Treasure Island, and people are ducking, and I'm trying not to make them feel bad. But you have that big opening there for the intersection for people coming in and out of the garage here for the Palazzo and people going in and out of Treasure Island. And they only have a couple of hours. I figured they must have some very large barriers that they can drag over, or temporary water barriers or something, because I really doubt that they are going to just leave it open like that. They have water barrels at the far side of the intersection if you look to keep people from hitting the barrier, which I think for your normal 35 mile an hour strip traffic is more than adequate. But for a Formula One car, that wouldn't be safe at all. You definitely want to have something better than that. And so closing the barrier up would make sense. Wasn't planning on trying to watch the race, but now after walking around looking at everything, I might try to find it on TV somewhere. If it's not really expensive. One thing you'll notice, not necessarily with this phase, but they're having to do a lot more, and I mentioned this at the other intersection. Normally Las Vegas Boulevard has excellent signal timing, and the northbound and southbound through traffic will be at the same time. But because there's no left turn lanes anymore for the southbound side, they have to do split phase. So you'll see when it comes time, I don't know who will get it first, northbound or southbound, you'll see that they'll hold, if it's northbound, they'll hold southbound or vice versa. And that really made travel quite poor last night, poorer than usual because of the loss of that turn lane. And that's something to think about, as somebody who's trying to advocate for urban walkability. Yeah, so see the northbound side's getting a left and a straight, but they're completely holding the southbound side. We're going to have to go up over the track. So now that the end of the green phase yet? No. They still have a green phase on the northbound side, but they're still holding everything, including the left. And then now they're getting their yellow. Mega Jeller writes, ew, coal rollers, I know. I don't see it in California as much. I think they crack down on it more, but in the rest of America, I'm a jerk. I'll actually write the plate down and report it to the smog people. They always have the tip line. What's really dumb about coal rolling is they're damaging their own engine. All that carbon that's blasting out is going all through their engine and clogging everything up. But it's anything to make a... I don't know. The thing is, I don't know what statement they're trying to make. Like, I do that they like pollution. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so you still have the split phase. So normally, where the through traffic would be able to keep going because there's nobody trying to make a left anymore, they're still having to hold the left arrow over here. So this side's all beginning to stack up rather than being able to keep going. It's doing a lot better. Last night being a Saturday night, it was traffic was stacking up basically the entire block. So it's okay. Now they're finally probably red, and then now you're starting to get the people on the side streets again. So snitching guy Rob writes Bigfoot. Well, I'm not doing it to be a jerk. It's just it's really unhealthy, Awesome ASIM writes, I've also learned that California is one of the few states to have agricultural checkpoints at the borders. That's true. I've had produce in my car, and they've said, yes, let's go look at the pedestrian Skybridge. I agree. If I bought it from a grocery store, they don't care. But if it's like, oh, I grew this in my home garden full of lots of bugs and things, and the only time I've really ever been stopped is if I was driving to U-Haul. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't bringing, like, you know, a truckload of shady bananas in, you know, because it's a big deal if they get an infestation. It can affect, you know, millions or billions of dollars. It means having to bomb neighborhoods with pesticides, and nobody wants that. Okay, so I don't see an easy way up to this bridge, so let's walk down to the next one. But, you know, another thing that was fun to look at was people who would question the Fourth Amendment. They'd say, well, if without a warrant, do you have any right to search my car or whatever? And the answer basically comes down to it's an administrative search. So I have a right to enter California without them searching it. But my car doesn't have that right. And so being able to have my car enter California, it is subject to search in the way that my bags are subject to search to be able to get on an aircraft. So I thought that was kind of interesting that the court's trying to weigh the Fourth Amendment issues with, you know, that they're not searching for criminality. Like if they find I have a truckload full of, you know, infected bananas, they're not going to send me to jail. They're just going to make me turn around and say, go get rid of your bananas, you know. So. Okay, let's see while we're waiting here. I went to that Walgreens multiple times to get beer. Oh, it's funny. Let's see. You have to go into the Venetian. Yeah, the problem is bringing active filming into private property starts getting security stressed out. So I'm trying to stick to private places. But they've got other sky bridges that you can access outside, so we can do that. Should Las Vegas have more monorail or do light rail? I think so, but again, like we talked about, I don't know who's going to pay for it. If you have the they're doing actually a barn stance here, by the way. We're crossing both directions at the same time. I don't think there's supposed to be a barn stance. Now that I look at it, I think it was supposed to be just a regular cross for us. But anyway. Okay, let's get over here to the other side and I'll show you. In front of the Mirage here. Mirage famously was the one that had the volcano. Hard Rock bought the property. It's still branded as Mirage. I think Mirage is basing it back for the time being. But they're going to, and I'll flip this back, let's see, the volcano area here in front of the high-rise building, they're ripping all of that out, the water feature, and going to build a guitar-shaped hotel, kind of like what they've already built in Florida and things. And it says here, Mirage Volcano down for maintenance. Well, I don't know if it's even operating anymore. I think it's done for good. But the other is on top of the water feature, they built a grandstand, one of the many seating areas for Formula One. And some of the local coverage, Channel 13, was kind of funny because they were saying, and those of you hoping to see the volcano are not in luck. It's not running because it's right next to grandstand. These people speed by, you kind of get an impression of what it might be like watching the race here. And that Ford Transit van's really cooking. I think that's actually a Sprinter. The volcano is making too many carbon emissions. I don't think that was the reason. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of natural gas that they were burning for no reason, but in the big picture, it probably wasn't that much. But I do think what makes more money, a 1990s tourist attraction that nobody talks about anymore, or building another high-rise building full of guest rooms you can rent out. Sprinters and Mercedes. He's ready for Sunday as Mercedes is in the race. Yeah. Make a joker, right? That was a joke, Rob. Oh, I know. So I have a tendency to take jokes seriously. It makes a fun thought exercise. Matt's awesome stuff writes, give us an update on the violent rivalry between Road Guy Rob that rapscallion over at Not Just Bikes. Wasn't there going to be a celebrity boxing match and like some pocket sand in his eyes? Yeah, but Zuckerberg and Musk, it was all talk and nothing happened. No, I got nothing against it. Like I say, I'll say this till the day I die. Morally, he's correct. Morally, he's right. Morally, if the world was the way he said it should be, we'd all probably be healthier and life would be better and carbon emissions would be lower and whatnot. But I don't work from the ideal and then have no plan of how to chase it. I work from where we are now and then looking at ways we get to where we want to go. And I think that was one of my frustrations with him is he took one of my videos where I talked about methods to try to make crosswalks work better. I guess we can flip this around. You can see me for a minute. I'm trying to stay out of the road enough. But he took my pedestrian video and turned it upside down and made a video about why hawk beacons are stupid. Now, compared to the ideal, he's right. Like, you should have a city that's so walkable, you don't have to like do any traffic control devices at all whatsoever. You can just walk down the street. But that's the problem, is that's not the world we live in. We've spent a century building this world. And we live in a democracy. Yes, a percentage of people, I don't know, 20, 30% of people would like to see it change into something better. But another, I don't know, 50, 60% of people, 70% of people are very happy with the way it is. And it's not our job to come in and tell people, you're morally wrong and you're terrible. It's our job to sell them on why improvements are better. And you do that incrementally. You don't come at them and you say, everything you know is wrong. You know, to quote Deer Valley Yankovic, the great philosopher. You instead come in and you say, hey, have you considered that if we built a separated bike lane, bikes wouldn't be in the street anymore? And so, yeah, you lose a lane, you go from 3 lanes down to 2, but you can still pass. And now bikes are off in their own thing, and it's separated with a barrier, and it looks pretty, and you don't ever have to worry about another stupid scooter again. In fact, if there's a scooter in the car lane, they get a ticket, because they have their own lane now. That sells something. But that's still not the perfect ideal world. I imagine him and people who advocate for those type of causes get so disappointed at incremental improvement, because it's so slow, that they actually probably see somebody like me as an enemy to progress, because I'm still advocating for incremental improvement. He wants a revolution. And I just don't think, in transportation, when you're dealing with trillions of dollars of built infrastructure, there isn't enough money in the world for a revolution. But he was also holding out money. Where he is absolutely correct is that why, by right, can I only legally build more of this? I can't legally anywhere in America build a traditional town like he celebrates from Europe. And I should be able to, right? A developer should be able to come in and instead of building the exact same kind of boring subdivision that we've built over and over and over by right, following the rules, I should be able to come in with a separate set of code and say, eventually this is going to be a new town center, so we're going to build this really walkable place. And yeah, you can still bring your car to it, but it's not going to be number one. You're just going to be going really slow, and the streets are going to be narrow, and you might have to park in a garage, you know. But legally be able by right to do that as well. Build both. That he's correct, you know. But yeah, no, I'm not a revolutionary. I don't. Revolutions usually are bad, most of the time. Okay, what comments we got here? Audio just got terrible. It's picking up air of the fountain. Okay, well, let's keep moving. It was a good time because I was on a random tirade, so if you missed it, it's probably not the end of the world. Let's see, what else we got here? Alan Fisher poked fun at Not Just Bikes over glorification of the Netherlands. Yeah, I'm not wanting to make fun of the guy. Like, he's an important voice in the discussion of transportation, and I really appreciate what he does. And his idealism needs to be in the discussion. We do need to have people talking about where we're going, what's the goal, what is it that we want to do. But my beef with him isn't that. It's his frustration and annoyance at North America that we're not there already. Things take time. A lot of the towns that he's pointed out that are just horrible, he's right, there's no sidewalk, it's horrible. I would love to start with putting a multi-use trail on both sides of that street. Maybe a median down the middle, right, where you're able to go through and limit the number of left turns in and out of driveways that you have to reduce conflict with cars and pedestrians. But, you know, he's going to come and say, well, the zoning's all wrong. We need to have high density buildings. It needs to be all walkable. And I'm saying, well, there isn't enough market demand to retrofit all that space into high density, even if we did it today. You're still going to have a lot of low density left behind. Let's make it good. I'm going to narrow my tripod so I'm not tripping people here. I don't want to be one of those annoying people who blocks the sidewalk. Still kind of noisy. Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better. I can't read the messages while I'm walking, so bear with me here. Anyway, behind me, we just walked past a grandstand here, so you can kind of see the, oops, get out of the way here. So that's where people can sit and watch the race. One of several along the circuit. There's another one in front of the Belagio. That one was controversial because they ended up chopping down some trees that, you know, and in a town like this, trees are kind of neat. There often aren't that many. Okay, now that I'm away from the water, stop again and see them read some of the text. Oh, shoot. I'm trying to stay out of the road here. Okay. So you see, and this is another one that becomes a barn stand here in a minute. That's the one I thought we were at. So you'll see in a minute here, everybody crossing in all directions all at the same time. Okay, let's pull this window open again. Why wired earbuds and not wireless? Because I don't think a lot of times these live streams, I get distracted and they go a long time. And I haven't seen a set of wireless ones that are going to go that long. And I don't want to be in the middle of a stream and have the Bluetooth disconnect. And so wired is reliable. I worked in radio forever, and I've learned as often as you can plug things in, you're going to have a better time than wireless. Even when I film my videos, it looks like I've got a little wireless transponder or transmitter at the bottom of my stick mic, but I don't. That's actually a recorder. Because I know I'm editing it into a video later, I can take that file, sync it with the camera audio, and then delete the camera audio or lower it. So, yeah, that's why I'm. You know, if you go see like a television news anchor on set, they've got all kinds of nonsense. I think there's a subreddit on Reddit called Reporters Aren't Real or something, and it just shows, implying they're robots, right? But it shows a news anchor, and she's all wired up with her interruptible feedback thing that goes around the air so she can hear the people in the control room. And then she's got her mic pack, and then it's all wired up to a bunch of transmitter and stuff on the back. It's all really heavy duty. And so, yeah, just from experience, I've learned it looks ugly, but it seems to work better. So, I've seen single circles on asphalt when approaching traffic lights on major roads and highways, writes Elevator Fan. Those are loops. So in warm climates like here, well, we probably can't see them now because of Formula One, but traffic signals need to know if a car is approaching them or not. So what they'll do is put up some type of a detector to know if there's a car present waiting for the light to change, especially if it's a major street where it meets a small street. it's going to hold a green on the major street most of the time until somebody comes on a small street. And so the easiest and cheapest way to do it is to take a coil wire, copper wire, cut in the brand new asphalt with a saw, put the copper wire in there, and then run it back to a piece of equipment that can detect it's not the magnetic, it's the impedance. And I'm not an electrical engineer. I don't quite get what impedance is, but I know that when that copper wire is in the presence of metal, like a car, the impedance changes in a predictable way. And a circuit in the box can see that and go, oh, that must mean there's a car there, and it flips a switch to let the computer know, okay, there's somebody present. You can do neat things with that too, like on a freeway, you can have, you can use it to detect how many cars are going by. You can use two of them in a row and determine the speed. So it goes beep, 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 beep as the car goes by. You know, you can calculate the distance and the time to figure out, oh, it's so many miles an hour. So you can collect speed data. That's useful if people are trying to approach a stoplight, and the stoplight's trying to figure out, okay, I'm about to go yellow, but there's this like one spot in the road that if I turn yellow, it's like they don't quite have enough space to get stopped, but they also don't really have enough time to make the yellow without it turning red. So they'll put a loop detector in the road right at that spot so that if a car is coming up and hits it, the computer can say, okay, I'm going to wait an extra second or two to turn yellow because I want to get that car out of that, they call it a dilemma zone, because you don't know whether you should go or stop. So that's what those little round circles are. And in the Southwest and in places that tend to be warmer, you see them a lot. They put them in cold towns too, but a lot of times what they'll do in places that they're having a mess, because the reason a loop can get expensive is if you're in a place where you're having to repave the road every 5 years, it also means you have to replace all your loops. And that can get labor intensive. The parts are cheap, but because it's just wire, but the labor of cutting the pavement and everything can be kind of labor intensive. So they have cameras and radar detectors that they can mount up really fast, and they last a long time. They're not cheap, but they last forever, and you can repave the road, and they're fine because you mount them up on the pole with the signal heads, you know, the red, yellow, green up there, you know. So anyway, that's the circles you see in the road. I've got, of course, got a video on that too. If you look at something about, I think there's two of them. There's one if you look at cameras and stoplights, and then there's another one about radar and stoplights. In both of those, I talk about the loops. Old school perfection, separate audio and video. Yeah, that's the way the way I shoot my videos is the way that Hollywood used to shoot videos, because the cameras didn't capture audio because they were films, and then they'd use a magnetic tape. So yeah, it's just, I do it because it's cheap. So at Brian Rockefeller, Mega Joker, yeah, but not many understood too many pedestrians. What freeway is in your channel banner? I don't know. That one is a stock image I found that I thought was pretty. I think it might be the 405 going over the Sepulveda Pass, where I talked about Carmageddon happening with the Mulholland Bridge, but I'm not sure. I ought to check and see. I literally made that because I needed channel art real fast, and I just grabbed something that looked pretty. I don't think it's called impedance, it's called inductance, right? It's Matt's awesome. So thank you. Yeah, so the loops have inductance. Impedance is something else. Scroll down. I've seen loops up here in New York City, but not recently, and they were rectangular. Yeah, they don't have to be a circle. I've seen where they cut a square. They just need to have where the wire is exposed to metal. So, yeah, induction. I always find it interesting, writes Mark, that in Europe the loops are never circles, always a rectangle. Yeah, you can do it both ways. I think where I'm living right now in the Central Valley, I think they do long rectangular boxes. I think it just depends on who the vendor is. 0 times dead beef, right? Are loops triggered by carbon cars or bikes? Like a carbon fiber bike. So when I was talking with the guy at Iteris who does the camera equipment, let's keep walking, I'll talk while we're doing that. he was he was mentioning that California has rules that say the detectors have to detect bikes, and there's not a lot of metal in the bikes, so their solution is they just amplify the signal to be very, very sensitive. But the challenge with that is you can get the signal so sensitive that it oh, my tripod's falling apart again. Hold on. You can get the signal on the loop so sensitive that it ends up picking up, metal from a semi-truck on the freeway a block away. And so your signal keeps flipping thinking there's a bike, but it's not. It's getting the wrong thing. And so that was his sales pitch with trying to sell camera-based detection, is saying, well, with a camera, you can set specific zones so that it's all, and it's gotten really good where it can detect a bicycle, it can detect a pedestrian, it can detect even what type of vehicle, if it's a big rig semi-truck versus a car. So not only is it doing signal actuation, it's determining if there's a car present, so the light will turn green. You can also collect data and say, well, how many semi-trucks drove through this intersection last month? So I did that video, and then a company based in Utah that does radar doing the same thing, they really quickly reached out and said, hey, we want to show you our radar system too. So I did a video about their product too. But they're both really great, and for multimodal stuff, I've seen definitely bike boulevards in Provo, Utah, where you ride down the middle of the street, and you come to the signal, and those Wavetronics radar detectors can detect the bicycle in the lane and give you a bike green. They actually put a little filter over the green lens that looks like a little bicycle, and then people can ride their bike across the street. So for bikes, yeah, probably loops are not the way to go. And I think loops are kind of, even though they're cheap, they're kind of going out of vogue with cities and departments of transportation. I also think the cost of the cameras and the radar things are coming down. They're not the expensive experimental stuff that they probably would have been 20 years ago. And so, I don't know, that, or maybe they are expensive, but they've calculated and said, yeah, but if I'm having to redo the loop, like take for instance, something like right now with Formula One, all the lanes are messed up. And if there are loops in the road, those loops don't work right anymore because they're in the wrong place. With radar or camera, they can hook up a laptop to the computer and just literally click and drag with a mouse the detection zones around and say, okay, well, the lanes are no longer here, they're now here. And you drag them over, and then when the road goes back together the way it's supposed to be, you can drag them back. With a loop, you just basically can't use the loop. The loop's broken. Okay. Shane F. writes, hi, I'm on YouTube. Well, hi, Shane. Straight lines are easier to cut with an asphalt saw. Drop it down 4 times, 4 small cuts, and drop your wires in. Writes Matt's awesome stuff. Okay, I need to get where I can read the comments. I tried to get a second phone so I could read the comments with one hand and carry the camera with the other. And I won't shame the specific company. But there's, let's just say Deadpool told me to try their cell phone company, so I did. And the activation process doesn't work. So, I'm out $2 for the SIM card, but that's okay. I keep hoping we can come to Skybridge so we can check that out, but so far I haven't seen one yet. Other than that one at the Venetian, and I didn't really want to go in there. Okay, well, while we wait here, I thought about using a GoPro as a vlogging cam. I just don't know how I connect it to the cell phone. CW writes, I have you in my ear while driving for Uber. Oh, that's cool. Put it on the car stereo and make everybody listen. No, I'm just kidding. Mark writes, does the Strip have speed cameras? Going to be interesting if Formula One goes by. No, typically photo enforcement, I don't know that Nevada has any. It's pretty unpopular out west. The few times they've tried, well, I think you kind of see the cycle. The public get excited. They say, yeah, I'm tired of red light runners. I'm tired of people speeding. So like in Arizona, they put speed cameras on the freeways, and then regular people are the ones getting picked up, and they're like, well, I was only doing 75. What are you writing me a ticket for? And so then they go to the state legislature and say, you need to ban these. And so then they go away. So, you know, it's... Okay, here we go. Oh, sorry. Oh.
Sorry. No problem.
There's a Skybridge near Hell's Kitchen. Okay, well I think I'm almost to that. Watching Hell's Kitchen for me is like watching the Olympics. It's fascinating to see people with skill and talent that you know you'll never have. Even the people who lose the challenges. I would love to see a show, a competitive cooking show, but you bring on the just absolutely hopeless people like me who have literally set spaghetti on fire, and which is a true story, and have a very top-notch, you know, Gordon Ramsay style chef just absolutely lose his mind at just how unteachable these people are. But then over the course of the season, basically get them to where they actually can cook some fancy stuff, you know, without his help, you know. And sort of like American Idol, but the other way around, right? Where you take the absolute worst people and then they're the ones that get to be on the show. I think that'd be fun. DJI action is better than GoPro for live streaming. Yeah, I don't know that world, so I need to learn more. Nick Dodd TV writes, first time road guy live stream viewer. Vegas looks nice today. It's cool there. Going to be an F1 race there. Yeah. Oh, it's funny you mentioned the cold weather. So that was another thing that was in, I don't know if it was in the automotive trades or if it was in local press, but they were talking that the Formula One people were surprised at how cold the desert can get in November at night. And they'd been kind of planning the race thinking like the way they had with like the races in the Middle East. I think they had one in Dubai or Abu Dhabi, I forget which. But they had been planning to deal with heat. And then they start looking like just recently at the forecast and they go, oh my gosh, it's going to be down in the 40s at night. We got to talk to Pirelli and use a different set of tires for all the cars because we didn't realize it was going to be that cold. And I think there's even a chance that on Friday night, right before the race, you might get a little bit of rain. And so they're now some of the news headlines are the other way around, very apocalyptic, of like everybody's going to slip off the track, crash and die. And it's like, now they do races in the rain, and they'll figure it out. But it just was kind of funny with all this money that they spent. Europeans just had, I guess, enough people in planning the event had a perception that this is an event that was based on a thought of a stereotype of what Las Vegas weather is, not realizing that Las Vegas does have 2 seasons, and we're getting into that second season, you know, where it's very nice all day and quite cold at night. So let's check out this up here. So again, keeping in mind, seeing this ourselves for the first time, the 2 goals that Formula One have are to keep debris from hitting pedestrians on the bridge, and second, keeping pedestrians from dropping debris onto the track, because both of those could be deadly and kill somebody. And then also maybe look at it through a cynical lens of how much is it Federation of Racing, Federation of Automobiles, trying to force people to ticket sales. So they've done enough of a barrier that you can't even get to the film that they've put up. I don't think that the film is that obtrusive myself. Maybe some of the original stuff that people were ripping off weeks ago completely blocked out the view, but you can, at least in the daytime, get a pretty good view of what's going on. But what I suspect, in fact, I don't have to suspect, I now know, look at that. That's a light. What happens with a semi-translucent film like that when it gets hit at night with light? I guarantee you're only going to see white. So that's actually pretty sneaky. So they've got where you say, oh, this isn't so bad. I can come watch the race up here from the bridge. They have the barriers away from the film so people can't tear it off like they did back at the Wynn weeks ago. But they'll have lights that'll actually prevent you from getting a view of it. So in the end, Formula One gets what they want. But that's interesting. Okay, I'm going to get out of the road here and I'll take a look at your chats again. I just want to make sure I'm not hogging the walkway. It's interesting that the escalators are out of service. I wonder if that's intentional. They actually want to reduce the number of people using them or not. Okay. Whoops, wrong button. In the Middle East, Bahrain, Saudi, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi. Rain doesn't matter unless there's too much spray for the downforce throwing it up. Yeah, and I just don't think they're going to see that kind of volume, certainly not this early into the winter. You typically have the rain seem like it's more, I think in California it seems more like it's February, January, February. I don't know that we're going to get that much rain. Las Vegas outside temperature is 70 degrees now, right? That's true, but it's a desert. So look at the nighttime lows, it's going to be the 40s. So there's no, it's arid. There's not enough water moisture in the air, humidity to maintain that heat into the night. It's what makes the desert livable in the summer because you can have it be 120 and then it drops off down to something more manageable like 85 at night. Versus if you had humidity, that heat would be persistent through the night and make the place unbearable. That same principle happens in the winter too. So you can have these lovely winter days that are in the 70s, but have it get quite chilly at night. It will freeze in Las Vegas occasionally overnight. I've seen it snow, not here on the Strip, but as far north as the 215. That's pretty rare. Justin 81 writes, it's a spite fence. Oh, okay. I don't think that's a literal term, but it's an accurate one. Justin writes, apparently it is for safety reasons, and all the S's are dollar signs. That's funny. Yeah, the lights at night will make it look like a mirror. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Exposed outdoor escalators are very prone to collecting foreign object debris that gets caught in mechanicals. Yeah, it could. They're typically pretty well maintained. Very rarely I see 3 out of 4 of them broken. Usually just 1 out of 4. Mega Joker writes, if somebody lives in SF, I just always assume somebody pooped on the escalator and that's why it's broken. Yeah, but this is Vegas. They tend to be, for the number of tourists this region has, they tend to be more on top of things than I think people give them credit. It's maintained quite a bit. Oh, that's something going on. Loud. But see, that's the kind of emergency access they have to maintain during the race, and that's why you have those temporary bridges, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't be able to get in here. Awesome ASM writes, I think it's why BART had to put canopies on its outdoor escalators. Oh, to keep stuff from falling onto the escalators. I mean, the Bay Area actually do get some rain, right? So it's It's a financial thing. They even wanted to let hotels pay with a view of the track. That's true. I don't know if the hotels per se, but I know the restaurants along the strip, they tried to shake down based on the number of tables they have. And for some of these facilities, they were coming back telling the Review Journal they were effectively asking for $1 million. But don't worry, that also includes rights to run the TV coverage of it. And there was very bad, like I think internationally bad, pushback on that, basically calling Formula One the mafia. So they countered with a more reasonable ask. It's a 5-figure number. I can't remember, but I think per restaurant it comes out somewhere in the neighborhood of about 20 or 30,000, which is still not great, but not good for my earbuds and my ears. I used to see what it was like in person, hearing that ambulance go by. All Mega Joker writes, all F1 racetracks around the world don't allow any type of public viewing like that. It's really because it would be dangerous from a crowd crush point of view. Okay, yeah, now that's the best argument I've heard so far. If they didn't have the barrier, it's possible that you would have the bridge so full of people trying to see it and people squish it into the bridge that you could have a crowd crush. Or at minimum, you make the bridge not useful anymore and people can't get across it because they're using it as a platform to watch the race. That, okay, I can get on board with that. That starts to make sense. I don't know so much about the outside of the track because that one, hold on, plug your ears again. We got the... Try to cover the microphone. It's loud. But you have such surface area going all the way around on the outside that one I start to get skeptical of. Really? You can't view it from the outside? Because that's harder to get. You'd have to have 1 million people. Maybe not. But it's your crowd crush could also be up against the barrier, right? So people trying to get a view of the race and then people, I don't know. If safety is profitable, they're definitely going to do something about it. So will Formula One, the Fountain Action, right? So Formula One maintain the track for contract of 3 years and then extend to 5 if successful. I know it's a multi-year contract, but I don't know the details about it. My reading of newspaper articles, I didn't get that far. Covering the microphone does nothing. Oh, sorry. I think your phone is the microphone. That's why I didn't change. Really? That's not good. How about now? Is that better? Maybe I wasn't plugged in properly this whole time. Oh, well, sorry about that. Anyway, hopefully you can hear me better now. I bet they don't charge the residents the Isle of Man track those prices. Do they do the race on the Isle of Man? I know that famously it has no speed limit. Okay, well, let's keep going and see what else there is to see. Well, that's too bad the headphones weren't plugged in. Hopefully you hear me a lot better now. So I was complaining the whole time about how unreliable a wireless one would be, but it ended up being my wired one was just as bad. Okay, so yeah, we're back to Flamingo, and that's where we first started down that way, where the overpass was. Let's go up on the bridge and we probably get a pretty good view of that bridge from here. Another broken escalator.
You can't do that. You can't do that, huh? Shit, I can't do my damn self shit.
See the traffic backing up here. You can't see, I don't think you can quite see the bridge from here. It is about a half mile down, so it's a little ways, but hoping maybe we get a good view of it from here. Let's see. Are you close to the phone currently? You're louder. Here, this is me whispering into the microphone. Can you hear me? If you can't hear me, then it's the camera. Justin writes, I don't mind stairs, but try carrying food and beer down them multiple times. Yeah. That's a bit of a walk. Another barrier up here, so making you go around the walkway. No clue where this is taking us. I'm figure out how to get around. I think there's a construction site, so the normal sidewalk's closed. They're wandering us through this area here. I don't know if you guys caught it. One guy who's drunk gave the saxophonist an unwanted hug. Yeah, it's kind of interesting here. Because of the construction site, they pushed us into this pedestrian zone. The world's complicated. You have cities that on paper are supposed to be really walkable and nice that are not that good, and then you have other cities that are famously not that walkable, that actually have some really neat places. So you have to almost judge a town block by block, you know. I want to find a place to stop somewhere where I'm not blocking traffic. But not here, it's too crowded. I would stop here for the guys performing. The fine right there. Ditch out of the way. It's like street karaoke. Audio quality seems to be the same as it was, no real difference. Okay, let me get out. Let me get where I can stop and I'll troubleshoot this a little bit. How about over here, this no parking area? Okay. So that's too bad. I maybe why this live stream people have been jumping in and out is because the audio quality is bad. Okay. Do you know? Get ready. I'm going to unplug it. Does this sound the same as it did before? Is that exactly the same, or did it suddenly get more echoey? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. It's better now, and you're on the camera. So it actually sounds better on the camera than it did plugged in. See if somebody if you're feeling up to write some feedback, so I can kind of check the audio and see, because I have no way to tell. Exactly the same. Honestly, the quality sounds the same. Got quieter, same. Okay, so, okay. Do I have my other headphones? Don't. I always bring a second set of these headphones. I'm wondering if they're bad. Okay, so next troubleshoot, I'm going to plug the headphones in directly with no. Now, how does this sound? Can you hear me talking softly into the mic? Volume dropped slightly when you unplugged. That sounds slightly different, but I can't tell what's better. It could be that your audio level reacting to the sound of you disconnecting. We can much better. Okay, so it's probably my extension cord's gone bad. So, all right, well, I'm sorry I didn't troubleshoot this earlier on. A message in the future, I'll just use the short cord. All right. Okay, well, if you can hear me better, then that's good. So I will put this away. And my apologies for the last 2 hours of not being able to hear me. Okay. Let's see, there we go. Different for sure. Less traffic noise now, much, much better. Worse quality, but easier to hear. Well, it's a step in the right direction, though. I do need to find a better, even if it's wireless, but I need to find some kind of a better approach to this, because audio's the most important part, you know. Okay. Well, for those of you who couldn't hear before, that's a racetrack.
J-E-T-S, Jets, Jets, Jets!
Evidently from New York. I think he was celebrating the Jets. I should have asked him to spell it again. There you go. It's still. This is I was talking about. They have those beautiful palm trees in the middle of the street, and I didn't know how wide a Formula One track was, and so I was worried they were going to be chopping all of these trees down and pulling the median out for the track. And I'm really glad that the tracks are narrow and they didn't have to do that. Eiffel Tower. Sometimes like Goofy is falling every time. I'm from New York, but the Jets are trash. Oh, Jets are a New Jersey team. Oh, okay. Well, that explains why you think they're trash. No. Some say Jets stand for just end the season. Belagio trees are dead, by the way. Yeah, well, in fact, that's right across the street. Let's go over there and check it out. They used to have on the far side of the intersection some fairly mature trees. I mean, trees in Vegas don't get that big to begin with anyway, but they were nice looking. If you go to Google Street View, you can see them in front of the Belagio. Bellagio's the casino that famously has a water feature, and from what I understand, it's not necessarily a waste of water because I think it's like high salinity or something where they source the water, so it was not suitable for drinking tap water, but it was perfect for a show. So they well, they might not be letting us cross here because the whole Bellagio entrance is gone. It's a grandstand. I'll tell you, Ocean's 11. Yeah, I think they were saying there was like a tunnel that connected the MGM Grand and Bellagio together, which I don't think is true. But I remember, that's how I learned the names of some of those casinos, was from Ocean's 11. Don't have the walk signal yet, but everybody's going. Heart Mariachi. Now, it's interesting. I learned about mariachi because I always wondered why it had accordions, and I didn't realize there were German immigrants who moved to Mexico, 150 years ago or whatever, brought their accordions with them, and that's why, yeah. And so I didn't realize how much fusion there is in mariachi music to begin with. I guess you are too. Mary Harpy.
Wow.
Let's see. Sad to see they took away the trees from the Belagio. I know, I want to get across there. I'm going to use this crosswalk over here so we can go check it out and see what happened to our poor Belagio. Coming up on the right here, unlicensed Disney characters. A fixture of any tourist trap. New York, Hollywood, Vegas. Nothing like having unlicensed spider-looking man charge you $50 for a picture with him. Oh shoot! Yeah, buy a better tripod too. See the grandstands over there. That's one of the regular RTC buses that runs this route. And there's a Deuce over there, the double-decker bus that runs. And that would be my concern about running bus rapid transit along Las Vegas Boulevard if it didn't have its own dedicated lane. How's it really any better than just the quality bus like they already have? You know. Fountain action rights. I wonder if these seats are actually sold. I don't know. They're pretty expensive. Watch out for the showgirls. They're aggressive against solo men. Oh yeah, that was earlier when I was walking out there. They were trying to get photos with people, and never. Put it this way: I am so apparently unattractive to women. They didn't even approach me for money. You know, I've had friends, straight friends say, have you ever been hit on by another guy? And I said, I've never been hit on by anybody. Oh, apparently we didn't have a green yet. Oh, well. So that happens when I follow the crowd. Yeah, I don't know how much closer we're going to be able to get because the sidewalk's closed on that side. But maybe we can kind of take a look from the island here and see. So yeah, right along Las Vegas Boulevard on the sidewalk there were a bunch of nice trees, and I guess they decided this would be a good place. That's what you got to do when it's your green arrow and the pedestrians aren't letting the crosswalk go. Anyway, yeah, they had, if you look at Google Street View, the Belagio Drive and Las Vegas Boulevard, you'll see decent trees. They weren't 100 years old. They weren't gigantic sequoias or anything, but they were nice. And they'll be gone, and then my question is, if this becomes a regular fixture, do they plant trees and then cut them down and plant trees and cut them down? Like what's going to occupy that space, in the 6 months when they're not setting up for Formula One, right? So I don't know. John and Lynn writes, when's the race? It's this weekend. I think they start having the practices along the corridor here during I think Thursday and Friday, with the race Saturday. But it's kind of weird because it's overnight. It runs over midnight. So you'll have to look at Formula One's website. But I believe it's starting Wednesday or Thursday at 5, right at rush hour. They're going to start a soft closure, Las Vegas Metro PD is going to start pushing everybody off the road, and then they'll start closing it. And actually, I just saw something that answers my question. You remember earlier when I was wondering, what do you do with these big openings in the racetrack? Were they going to put up something? Because those water barrels are not adequate for people going 300 miles an hour past this, right? And I just got my question answered. Look at what's over there. A bunch of track barriers ready to move into place. So my guess is after 5 p.m. each night, they will grab all of those, drag them over where they need to go, and lock them together. I'm not sure how they lock together. and then they'll reopen it between the times the track is cold. So let's see. Go up the stairs from the advertisement sign, Belagio. What's being down that way at the other crosswalk? I can go up by the Belagio, but I don't think we'll see much. Do you fly or drive from Utah? I'm actually based out of California. I almost always drive. Right, John Anderson was wondering that. Yeah, I'm from Utah originally, but I live in California. And so, but that's why I say everything, I joke, everything east of Denver is a commute, because I have a Honda, get good gas mileage, and so I just try to drive very fuel economy, you know. U-Haul rides. Ooh, a Tesla. One way to get that crosswalk clear. Even with the arrow going, though, pedestrians still take it back over. You know, and that's what I'm saying, like... Because people are coming out of resorts are trapped during the race. So these resorts on the west side of Las Vegas Boulevard are outside of the circuit. So they're able to get some access. I don't know that the public garages have any access, but definitely the facility has the ability to... oh, okay, I see what you're saying. The stairs up to the Bellagio sign. Sure, we can go up this. I know the employee garages are all based off of a frontage road parallel to I-15. I think it's called Dean Martin Drive. It's Dean Martin or Frank Sinatra. They're the two frontage roads on each side of I-15. And one of them is the back door to all the employee garages. So they're able to get in and out of the, they're able to get in and out of the garages to get to work. It's all the people who work in the properties across the street who are in the infield. They're the ones who they need those temporary bridges to get in and out of there. Otherwise, they just have no access after 5 p.m. once the track is hot, you know. Okay, so here, yeah, this is what you were saying. I didn't realize there were stairs here. So yeah, you have an excellent view here. You can see those grandstands there and the raceway. Okay. Ben Boyack says, what made you move from Utah to California? Ben, that is a long story. I don't know if we'll go through it here, but I got burnt out of Utah and needed to go somewhere else. You know, winter's not good for me. I don't like snow. I grew up with it, and it was rough. Clark County should just live stream these crosswalks. Plenty of entertainment rates, ACR speed. Yeah, and I've been the guy. So they have a big electronic music festival in June, and I actually brought my parents to show them. Back when the Belagio had free parking, we went in and saw they have some gardens and things in there. And then when we went to leave, it was the same thing, but traffic was 10 times worse of both kinds, the volume of cars and everything. And that's what you had to do to get out, is basically just start honking and really gently push your way through, you know, not where you're running anybody over, but definitely where you're making it clear that you want out of there, because it's a battle. And what happens is you miss your green. I think that one might be a no turn on red. I think it's actually a red arrow. In fact, I think that white sign you see there is no turn on red. So if you don't get your green arrow, you're stuck, and it just means the next cycle, you get patient one time, well then the next time it's a whole new set of pedestrians who are not letting you through. So the John Anderson writes, gives him time, he'll be moving back to Utah. No, I've been gone from Utah for 5.5 years. I'm not going back. I just moved to a cheaper part of California. The Central Valley is great. It's you get the most of the California weather without the California price tag. Don't play games on the street; they're rigged. Mark Verstappen writes, I'm surprised F1 is taking both sides of the strip and taking just the east side. Well, but they close the loop, right? So the there's no major street over there to run the track around, so you wouldn't want to close off this side. This side, they got to make a loop. So unless I suppose they could have made a track where you race down Las Vegas Boulevard this way, make a U-turn and like a thing, and then come back down Las Vegas Boulevard the other way. But they didn't. They made a loop, and then that closes off everybody inside these 2 blocks. So that's why we have the temporary bridges. They should put a pedestrian bridge there. California's affordable, writes U-Haul. It's sort of. There are places in California that are ugly, and people forget about them, like Fresno and Bakersfield and Stockton and Visalia, and Victorville and Palmdale, and so if you don't mind living in a place that's ugly, it's actually not too bad. And the others, by comparison, Utah's gotten very expensive. The same type of unaffordability my friends were complaining about Seattle. I went to a school that had a lot of people from out of state, and they would move home to, what we got going on over here? We're doing something. It's interesting. But they would want to move back home to Seattle, and they couldn't. And they were shocked. They said Seattle was never California. Seattle was always a place to, that you could live that was more affordable. That was like 2010. And what over time happened is I've watched it happen to Denver next, and I had a friend from Colorado who really struggled to move home, and now Salt Lake City. Utah doesn't have that many places to live. You have the Salt Lake City region, and then St. George in the south, which is sort of like Las Vegas for people who are too scared to move to Nevada, and similar weather. And go quick. They're both very, very unaffordable now. So it's like, well, why would I pay to put up with the Utah winters and trouble with all that? And my own personal issues I was having with the state when, I could, at a point in my life where I'm still having to rent a room in somebody's house, well, might as well do it in a place I don't have to deal with ice and snow anymore. But you're right, those places are hot, hot, hot. U-Haul writes, Seattle has no state income tax. That's true, but that's never been my problem. Technically in California, my income's been so low, I have barely any state income tax because it's progressive. I was talking with my accountant because he said he has a lot of clients who move to Texas, middle-class people, because they say, I have no state income tax, I'll save all this money. But he said what they don't realize is the progressive tax in California, you really need to be into 6 figures before you start noticing a major difference. And if you own a home, California has Prop 13 protection that kind of caps your property tax and keeps it, it starts off high and then it gets kind of cheaper the longer you live in the house, versus Texas, where they really can hit you pretty hard with property tax. And he said, I wish my clients would sit down and run the numbers with me before I move to Texas, because they might save money, but often they don't. The people who do well moving to Washington, Texas, or Florida are people who make $1 million a year. So that state income tax makes a huge difference. But somebody like me who is in the low 5 figures, California is fine. So. Awesome AA Sim writes, the housing crisis affects all 50 states, not just California and New York. Rent in Long Island is a lot. Yes, I'm of the opinion that California, Long Island and California created the model that we all copy. And the suburban model is wonderful if you, oh, hello. There's a giant human eating a flatbread behind me. California and Long Island, that suburb model, works wonderfully if 3 conditions are met. One of them is that you have an unlimited amount of land, that you have an unlimited amount of close employment, and that you have an unlimited amount of fuel to move people around. And those conditions are never met. There are places like Texas where you do kind of have an unlimited amount of land, and then they build toll roads, so you kind of have unlimited amount of infrastructure to move people around. But you don't necessarily have always close employment. I have relatives who left California for Texas so they could buy a house, and it was a wise decision for them. The challenge is sometimes they'll have a commute that's quite long, 30 or 40 miles each way. Texas right now has good tollways and highways that have adequate capacity generally to kind of keep them moving, where a 40-mile commute only takes 45 minutes or under an hour. But if they start to have the same problems California faced over time, where they can't keep up with that infrastructure, eventually commutes like that, they could be trapped into a 2-hour commute, like California trying to go 40 miles from like the San Fernando Valley to Orange County in rush hour might be 2 hours. So that's what I'm saying. There's assumptions that when they're not met don't work. And then the next thing is condition one, your unlimited amount of land. There is really no land outside of the desert in Los Angeles County left to develop. And so what little does get developed is very expensive, and the political red tape you have to go through to get the zoning to rezone an area to build up can make the project very expensive. And so there just isn't enough, and that's where there's definitely ingenuity that people could have to address affordability, but we lock ourselves into rules that make it difficult to get around it. Like, if I have a house and my neighbor has a house, and between our houses there's 40 feet, right? Because it was built a long time ago. There's nothing technically wrong with signing an agreement with my neighbor, splitting a third lot between the two houses and building another house there. But zoning rules say, oh, you need 10-foot setbacks on both sides, and by the time you're done, you're left with like a lot with like 5 feet. And that's all artificial. Those are just rules we made up because we wanted the neighborhood to look a certain way, because we were under the assumption that we had unlimited land and unlimited transportation and unlimited fuel, but we don't have those things. And so once a city, at minimum, loses condition one, it no longer has unlimited land, the whole west side of Long Island is full, then I should be able by right to get creative, and by right be able to go to the city and say, my neighbor and I signed an agreement, we're going to build a house between our houses. My neighbor behind me and I have decided we're going to build a house between our houses. I have a large front yard because I'm in Boston, so I want to build another house in front of my house. Those should be allowed, but they're almost universally not allowed. So that exports unaffordability from New York and California to Seattle, and then to Denver, and then to Salt Lake, and then to places you would never expect. I was driving through Lincoln, Nebraska, and I heard an ad on the radio that said, boy, the price of homes in Lincoln sure is going up. And that's a town that has still those three conditions haven't been met yet. Just the speed of even building within those conditions of unlimited land and unlimited infrastructure, they can't keep up, because if California has a deficiency of 1 million units and 10,000 of that goes to Lincoln, well, that overloads Lincoln. So we're not going to solve this until California and New York solve it. They got to lead the way to do it, and it's difficult. Even where there is political will, it's not a fight between Republicans and Democrats. It's a fight between people who already own homes and people who don't. And people who don't are more liberal about changing the rules, not in a political sense, but in terms of liberty. And people who already own homes are more restrictive. They're scared to change things because it's the biggest investment they ever made, and they're scared to see it change. So, okay, let me. There's a bunch of chats going by. Let's see. People on Long Island are very closed off. Well, I mean, Long Island's the biggest dead-end street in America, right? Anyway, ARC writes, growing up in Santa Clarita, they wanted to secede from LA County along with Antelope Valley. Santa Clarita is full of a bunch of people who are not wealthy enough to be as snobby as they are. I think that's fair. Santa Clarita is one of the nicest places to live on the planet, and they love to complain about it. I don't know. I'm trying to think like other punchlines I could come up with Santa Clarita. Horror Docs writes, it really isn't about the amount of fans in America to justify 3 Formula One races anymore. It's about the money. Yeah, and I don't think Formula One in Las Vegas is because there's a ton of Formula One fans in America. I don't know, maybe it is. I suspect that there are wealthy Formula One fans around the world, in Germany and in the UK and in Spain and in Italy and in China and Japan and in the Middle East. And they're all going to get on airplanes because they love to come to Vegas anyway. And it's starting to get cold, and they can come here where it's kind of warm and enjoy the weather and spend a bunch of money. And Vegas is willing to welcome them with open arms because it's out-of-state money. But I can see the annoyance of the locals who work the jobs here, who feel priced out. It's like, well, can't you include us in it a little bit, you know? I don't know. We'll find out. That's just an assumption. I don't have data to back that up. Justin 81 says that is a very accurate regarding Long Island. Yeah, and nobody drives through Long Island to get to somewhere else. Austin ASM writes, yeah, very appropriate setbacks can allow for situations like Japan, where there's almost no on-street parking and narrow streets and wide sidewalks. Yeah, and the thing is, we can still provide parking. Like if I want to build a Japanese style house between 2 houses, I could put it on, like I've seen in Japan, they either do the house is above a carport, or they'll, I haven't been to Japan, Google Street View is Japan, but they'll have a carport or like a garage at the bottom and then build the house on top. We do that in America at the beach. You know, you go to the beach, you don't have, quarter-acre lots next to the ocean, except for areas, I guess, where there's mansions. You see beach houses where they're really close together. About every 25 feet, there's a lot. And all I'm saying is people are going to be scared of high density if the only thing we build is you have this serene middle-class neighborhood, and then a developer's allowed to come in and build a 5 or 6 story building with a parking structure. They're going to go, oh my gosh, is that my whole neighborhood going to turn into that? Well, no. There are places for that next to transit, old shopping centers or malls that have died off and you want to put stuff in, where you're near transit. But in neighborhoods, why not start small and just allow people to build a second house on their lot? Especially if they got the space. I'm annoyed by that because my dad has extra space behind his house. So I went to the county and was starting to play with them saying, well, what if we did a bunch of little beach houses, and we don't have money, but we could sell half the lots, and then that would pay to put in the pipes and the road and everything for all the houses. And then my dad's left with a couple of lots he can, develop or rent out or whatever, and that could be part of his retirement. Oh, I mean, the county, they don't laugh you out of there, but they basically say like, well, we're planners and we support that, but we work for the county council and the existing 1970s code. You can't do that. Try again in 5 years. Maybe the code will have changed. But 5 years always comes and goes, and the code never changes. And people my age get older, and kids are growing up in apartments, and it's just very disappointing that we've worked ourselves into a corner for no reason. It's funny. I have a friend who wanted to build a new house behind his 100-year-old house, and how he got away with it is he added on to his 100-year-old house, but basically it was a new house. That was allowed. You could add on to your house a whole nother house, but if he could have just built it as a regular house, it would have been cheaper, and then the neighborhood was the same. Like, building a house behind his house didn't ruin the neighborhood, whether he did it as a house or as an add-on. It's just so stupid. Like, we just have these people but again, the battle's not Republicans or Democrats. It's not left versus right. It's people who have houses and are scared of losing their investment. If anything changes, they're going to lose their investment, which is not true, but they're scared. And so they get a vote. They're the ones who go to the meetings. They say, you approve this development, you approve this change, you're out of here. We'll elect a new city council. And they do. That's why that status quo maintains.
It's not on me.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
I thought it was on me.
new residents, well, there are developments that I could be living in now that I suppose I should have gone to the meeting to support, but I didn't go to support it because I didn't know that I could have potentially been living in it. So because I didn't go to the meeting to support it, the development never got built, so I don't live there. But it's also not a threat, because if I go to the meeting and say, I'm going to vote you out if you don't approve this development, well, the city council isn't scared because I don't live in that city, so I don't participate in the election. So the veto power is solely on the people who already have existing houses. So you do have this battle. I really think there's enough people under the age of 50 who don't have houses that the numbers are on our side to want to change the rules and liberalize it a little bit, make it, and again, not politically liberal, but liberal, like free up the rules to allow development to be more creative, better use the space we've already developed. But it's working against us because we don't get really a say in the process. And I don't know how we fix that. But I do know it makes Long Island unaffordable, and it makes everywhere else in between California and Long Island pretty unaffordable. So, how is bike share or scooter rentals in Las Vegas? I haven't seen many. I think they kind of keep, the only scooters I've seen walking around tend to be the ones people already own. I think they purposely kind of keep them off the strip because the pedestrian volumes are so high that they don't want everybody running each other over. So I haven't seen any. It was interesting. Carmel, Indiana, was another town where they didn't have any bike or scooter rentals either. And I talked to the mayor. I said, "Is that intentional?" He just said, "Oh, the public hasn't indicated that they want them." So I don't know what that means, but I thought that was kind of interesting. Pushing Airbnb through bans and restrictions has been one of the largest things to lower rent costs. Yeah, I tend to agree. The idea of an Airbnb is like, I have a spare bedroom and I live in the house and I want to rent it out. I think it's wonderful. I had a cousin move to Connecticut. He was still house shopping. He wanted to start the job and make sure he could, keep it before he committed to trying to buy a house. And, buying a house is difficult. And so he Airbnb'd for like a month with a retired woman who was divorced, and she was a former prosecutor. She's a former prosecutor, federal prosecutor. She was fascinating to talk to. And just to make a little money in her retirement, because she had her pension, but she needed a little more than that, she would rent out rooms in her house that she lived in so she could meet people. She was a social person. That's great, because the truth is those rooms were being underutilized to begin with. What's not cool, or in big cities where they'll come through and name and shame. Where is that guy? Where'd you go? Come on, doofus. There he is. That's kind of cool, though. He's got like a brake light on his helmet. I'm sympathetic to motorcycles being noisy because we'll give you a different view here. There have been times on the freeway where I didn't see the motorcycle, but I heard him. And so having a loud bike in a neighborhood sucks, but on a highway, okay, I can kind of see it. It's for the safety aspect of it. It's kind of nice to be able to hear that he's there. CJ Brick says, do you ever plan on making a permanent Discord server on Patreon? Yes. I don't know how. That's why you don't have it yet. Patreon got me all excited because they recently introduced a way that you can have a special like Patreon thing, and so that's what I tried to do. We did if you missed it, probably about 5 or 6 of us hung out. I'm trying to do occasionally a patron-only hangout. It's not for the super chat money. It's not to make money. It's literally just we all get on a Discord call together and we look at Google Maps or a video game or something. Just kind of hang out for like an hour or two as a way to say thank you, because I don't know what perk to give you guys other than just the altruism of the fact that you're helping me be able to make some neat videos showcasing transportation. I want to do something. So that's one of the things is try to do these hangouts. And I did it through Patreon The problem is, the way I set it up, it was all temporary sign-ons. It said everybody was a guest, and then when they left, they were no longer part of the server. So I need to play with that more. I remember when I was a kid, and you might be able to relate to this too. Do you ever have people, your older relatives who are in their 40s and 50s and stuff, come to you back when you're a kid, and like they'd have a question about the computer, or maybe later about Facebook, and you'd help set it up for them, and you just felt like, and they'd tell you how smart you were. Something about Discord, oh, here he goes. Something about Discord has made me feel old. I'm getting eerily close to 40 myself, and just a couple of years away. And like every time I end a Discord call, I'm like, so where's the button I'm supposed to press to end? I used it all through the pandemic with friends. I should know it by now, but it's like my brain is starting to atrophy as I get older, and it's like, I'm not even going to learn it. I should. Anyway. So the answer is yes, but what's?
Vidara, this way or that way?
Vidara. Oh, I'm trying to think which one that is. Shoot.
Vidara Hotel and Spa.
Vidara, is that part of like the crystal bridges and everything?
Yes.
I think it's either like literally directly this way, or it's over
I
there.
think we gotta go up the stairs and go out there.
Yeah, because
You said go up the stairs.
yeah, if you go too far that way, you're back at the Belagio. So I think Vidara, I think you're like right here. I couldn't remember the name of Vidara. That's one of these, I knew the name, but it was one of the fancy, oh, we should go find, I think it's this corner. Yeah, let's go up on the bridge. I keep talking. Okay, so back like 2008, which is a great time to be building condo towers, they were in the process of building Vidara and Crystal Shops, and I forget what all the names are, but the neighbors to the Bellagio are these like richy frou-frou condos and really expensive hotels and things. And they all have this glass look to them, look really fancy. But the problem is they were trying to sell them during the recession. But there's also another tower, I forget the name of it, that was going to be right over here. And you can, if you want some fun, go to the intersection of Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard and look at the southwest corner. Try to see if I can stand out of the way. Sorry. And you can go with, you know how on Google Street View you can click and see at different times what the street looked like, the little clock thing. They have, you can see the building start to be constructed, and it got up to somewhere like 15 stories tall, and then it disappeared. And the reason it disappeared is it had foundation problems. Hold on. Look at that. Museum of Illusions, Ross. So does that mean like, oh, I thought I saw a good deal and oh, never mind, it was just an illusion. So we're standing where that tower was going to be, and by the Aria here. And I forget what it's called. I sent you to the Wikipedia article for it, but it was going to be like right here, and they had gone quite a ways up, and it started having foundation problems. So they ended up, let's go back down the stairs. I'm not blocking the walkway here. And so they didn't implode it because it was too close to other development, but they ended up dismantling it, and you can see it disappear. So you look like around 2008, you see it going up, and you look around like 2011, it's like gone again. I will check the chats here in just a second as soon as I get back down here. Finally, a place on the strip I can afford to shop. That's partly why the ladies find me so attractive. It's my taste in fashion. And by fashion, I mean buying a shirt for $8. Okay, let's stop again here. So this Ross is where that tower was going to be. Oh, my friend Connor sent me a super chat. Thank you, Connor. Writes in, says, Rob, Long Island gave us George Santos. What's not to love? I'm not going to touch that one. I will let that one speak for itself. Jandra, going back where we were talking about bike rentals, Jandra Aloon jokingly says, bike rentals is induced demand. People will use them if they are there, even if they don't ask for them. Well, that's true a little bit. The only time I've ridden the little scooters is just for fun. They're too expensive, you know, and even for fun, I was getting real tired of spending like $30 to go a mile, you know. Okay, I scroll down a little bit. David writes, how come you didn't let me know that you were going to Carmel? I got some cameras you could use. Oh, I'm sorry, David. Yeah, it's difficult. There's a lot of wonderful people like you who offer to help, and I'm not as organized as I need to be. I'm trying to keep track of who lives where, and I probably need to be better at that, because I do feel bad when I pass through town and I miss somebody. I know there was somebody in Minnesota who had talked something about ADA ramps at stoplights, and they knew somebody who was a designer and to get in touch with them. And I'm not organized enough, and I was filming in Minnesota. I didn't look them up, and then I got home, and it's so hard. You know, you're there for a couple of days, and it just flies by, because I have like 4 shots, right? And I go out to film them, and all of a sudden it's dark. And I'm like, I only got 3 of them done. Like, you know, it goes so fast that it was not the it wasn't a vacation. It's just you know, next thing you know, you've been out traveling for 9 days and spent $1,000 in hotels. You go, oh my gosh, like, and it goes so fast. But I appreciate you reminding me that you're there. Hopefully the video does justice for your town. I don't know. Chris P. Rob getting stopped by passerbys makes for the best moments. Yeah, not often in Las Vegas. And actually, that guy was stopping me because he wasn't a fan. He was just wanting to be in the video, like, what's up? Ladara was on Build It Bigger, was pretty good. They mentioned the reflection. Ladara is on the west side of the Cosmopolitan. Oh, I'm way behind. Okay. Look, it's put me down for Carmel. Dark as heck in Minnesota at 5 p.m. It's full on nighttime now. Yeah, and that's why I had to start this live stream so early. And I think that being at a weird time and on a Sunday, the turnout's been a little more cozy and intimate. You know, about half as many people as we normally have. And that's fine. You know, I didn't come necessarily because I wanted to pull a huge audience together, but it was just the fact that, I mean, you can see here, this is where the track turns. It's just so fascinating to see a city that you'd never expect turned into a racetrack. This would be a really just top-notch place to be standing if you could on race day, because you'd get to see all the race cars go make their left turn and keep going. And I'm sure you're going to have some just absolute chaos going through here. I'm sure it'd be great. Of course, if it's like over there, they may have enough barriers up you wouldn't be able to see anything anyway. So I don't know how that's all going to work, but Mark writes, better time for me as a European, nearing 1 a.m. now. Well, now you know how we'll feel on race day. So that's when the race is going to be for us. What intersection is it? It almost is a spooey on steroids, writes the Fountain Action. So this is Harmon and Las Vegas Boulevard. It looks bigger than it is because Harmon attacks it at an angle or, well, the two streets hit each other at an angle, so you're not getting a 90-degree curve. And you're seeing it from the more obtuse angle. So it's actually a very tight corner in there where they're turning right, but here it's very wide. So it is a conventional intersection. It's not anything like a spooey, but it has that look to it because, like a spooey, you have left turns that have big arcing turns. And then it would also give it that spooey look as the track lighting is up there. That's not normally there, you know, so you have objects in the roadway. I turned here last night to check out the track, and I didn't know, making my left, if I was supposed to go inside or outside these things. I went on the inside because I was following the guy in front of me, and I think that was correct, but it didn't feel right because you're almost head on with the westbound traffic, and you have to kind of zigzag around. But whatever, it worked. It got me through. But Adam Buser writes, does Las Vegas have a walkable downtown, not including sidewalks? Yes. So if you're following along at home, go look at Fremont Street. There's an actual downtown in the city of Las Vegas. Because again, to reiterate, this area here is not Las Vegas. We think of it as Las Vegas because it's the greater Las Vegas metro area, but this is actually unincorporated Clark County. I think they call this, it's a census designated place called Paradise. And so the county is actually the government for all this, not the city of Las Vegas. And so that's why the strip is so suburban in nature, as this was, I wouldn't say farmland because they were never farming it, but it was those rural farm blocks that are, half-mile blocks. And the big casinos all lined up in a row, hence the strip along Las Vegas Boulevard. And they grew and grew and grew as far south as they can go, and then they suddenly stopped. And I used to think, they stopped there because that's as far as the development can muster. But that's not true. It stops, if you're following along on Google Maps, it stops because you have Harry Reid Airport, the big international airport. You can't build tall casino buildings, or sometimes you can't even build any buildings at all, because you're in the buffer zone for the runway. So the development stops, and then once you get south of the 215 Beltway freeway, the development starts picking up again, and you start seeing tall buildings again along Las Vegas Boulevard. They're not wall to wall like they are here, but they're definitely, the growth continues. And it continues south on Las Vegas Boulevard all the way to a street called Mount St. Rose, which is like a at-grade expressway. Earlier, somebody had the comment saying a New York engineer once said a modern 2-lane freeway can move traffic a lot better than a old 3-lane highway. And that's St. Rose. St. Rose can be like 5 lanes in each direction because it's all stoplights. It's something. I really think it would have been better to be a freeway, but there's a casino all the way out there on St. Rose. So, but anyway, going this direction, you go into downtown, to answer your question, and it becomes more grid-like. It's the old urban grid where they have the tight blocks. It's quite walkable. You have along Las Vegas Boulevard, all the car entrances are also along Las Vegas Boulevard, which makes it really weird. You have a lot of conflict between pedestrians and cars because everybody's entering and exiting the casinos on the same street they're walking on. Not Fremont Street. In fact, Fremont Street is entirely pedestrianized. And I would walk down there and show you, but it's like 4 miles, and I'm not going to do that. We could do that in the future sometime. But it's pretty neat. They even have a cover over it because it gets hot in the summer, so you have some shade. You can try to zip line down it. They have street performers. They actually draw circles in the sidewalk of where street performers can be to just make sure there's enough through traffic while still providing an opportunity for somebody to panhandle or whatever. It is definitely much more gritty and real than this area, which is much more like a resort. It's a lot more, I don't say fake, but you know what I mean? It's more polished. So you kind of have two Vegases that you can experience while you're here. Okay. Let's see. Have you ever heard or seen the Long Beach Grand Prix? It used to be run by F1, but it's now run by IndyCar. I've been to Long Beach, and they have markings on the street in Long Beach that are permanent for the races. But I've never been to the Long Beach Grand Prix. It's fairly close. I probably should check it out sometime. I don't know if it's as unfriendly to just public bystanders wanting to gawk at it, not buy a ticket like this is. Like, I would not even try to come back on Friday night or Saturday night or whatever it is to see this, because this is too much. But Long Beach feels like the kind of thing where you could park in a neighborhood, you know, walk a half mile and kind of check it out. Maybe. I don't know. Welcome to Las Vegas Grand Prix in Paradise. When are you going to have a fan meetup? I'm open to the idea. Where would we do it? Because transportation is international. There's people all over the country and all over the world who enjoy roads and rail and all kinds of this fun stuff. So it'd be fun to do a meetup, but I just don't know where to do it. You know, and it's not like, I know I'm a fan of a podcast, I mentioned it before, Talking Simpsons, where they talk about the Simpsons. Well, they're tied in with like the kind of like Comic-Con type culture, and those have conventions. So what they'll do is they'll do a fan meetup or type of thing tied in with one of those conventions that people were traveling to anyway. If there was some sort of a transportation convention, I don't know, like a World's Fair or something, and if you were going there anyway, well, sure, we'd meet up. But part of the trouble is I don't know where we would meet up. We kind of accidentally had one in Chicago. If you were fortunate to join in for the Chicago live stream, had about 5 people come show up and hang out, and that was a lot of fun. I appreciated that because having some Chicago natives, there's a gentleman who hung out with us who I think was a tax accountant or something. He grew up there, so he knew a lot of the history of the city and could give me insight, where I'd just be looking at it as a tourist and saying, oh, that's neat that they built this thing this way. He could get in and tell me the history of it. Now, that was really cool. So that's the closest we've had to a meetup. But I'm open to the idea. If people want to pitch ideas of how we could do it, I just don't know where, because I could say, well, we'll do it in California, but then nobody back east can come. I could do it in the Midwest, but nobody on the coast could come. I could do it in the South, nobody could do it in the North, and so I don't know what the right answer for that is. But always open to ideas. Shoot me an email and, pitch the idea to me. Oh, we have a super chat. Hey, that's great, from Spencer Mosher. I apologize for pronouncing your name wrong. Spencer writes, while in Vegas, are you going to film the future I-11 alignment? Also go check out the future AAA site at the Tropicana. I think it's a block down that way. So the Tropicana site, they've done no demolition for it yet, as far as I'm aware. I think it's all still talk. And as you've followed, the Station Casinos people, they demolished the Wild West gambling hall, which was one of the worst motels. It was a Days Inn, one of the worst motels I've ever stayed in. Hallelujah, it's gone, because they thought that the ball stadium was going to go there, and then they had signed a deal with baseball to build it there, and then it was like 2 days later they said, oh, never mind, they're signing the deal with the Tropicana site. But I believe what they're doing on that is I think they're keeping the Tropicana casino, but demolishing the parking garage, building a new parking garage behind it, and another casino. But I don't think they've done any demolition for that yet. I think it's all still just in the contract works. I could be wrong. I-11, I haven't done a follow-up video on it because they're still trying to determine
They're still doing the studies to determine what the alignment's going to be. They had narrowed it down where originally they were saying they could follow, if you're looking on Google Maps, you'll see the Las Vegas Beltway, having I-11 either follow the Beltway around the west side, south and then west side of town, hitting US 95 and then following that somewhere north. And from there they weren't sure because they would have to actually build the freeway. Or having it follow the 515 freeway through town, which turns into the 95, and have I-11 go through the middle of the town, or build a completely new highway on the outside, the east side of town, and build like an East Belt route. They eliminated the East Belt route because they'd have to buy up too many existing houses, and there's questions of how to fund it. It's much easier to just designate an existing freeway as, you know, I dub the Interstate 11, and then you're done with it. But I think in anticipation of it being Interstate 11 in a separate project, the 515 freeway north of Fremont Street, north of downtown Las Vegas in that grid, it's on a skyway. And for about a mile, it's elevated on columns. I show that to you in the I-11 video, the old one I did. That one, they have to rebuild because it's starting to have the seesaw effect when you drive on it, where certain places are sinking, and so you kind of get that washboard effect as you go up and down on it. Plus, if it becomes Interstate 11, you not only have the local traffic on it, but eventually you're going to have interstate traffic on it too. And so that road's got to they got to widen it. So they're doing an environmental impact statement on that, but really seriously looking at taking it subgrade and maybe even putting some caps on it, trying to tie the area north of downtown Las Vegas back into downtown Las Vegas, because cities that have done that, that's been very helpful in kind of rejuvenating economic development. You know, if you have a bunch of vacant lots in your downtown, those vacant lots aren't making you money. You have a bunch of surface parking, it's not making you very much money either in property taxes. But if you can get the freeway down low, get people where they're walking around, driving around, shopping in that area, that makes the property valuable, it develops, you have sales tax revenue from it, property tax revenue from it, people enjoy it. It's just all positives. So I think they're hoping to ride on the coattails of I-11 and get downtown Las Vegas fixed up, because downtown Las Vegas is pretty good. It's just rough. And there's been a lot of work that a lot of people have put in to try to make it a destination in its own right. And I've stayed down there sometimes. Las Vegas is a stop when I'm going back and forth from places out, you know, Utah or Colorado or whatever, and back home to California. And I've stayed on Fremont Street. It's fun. You know, Fremont Street's a lot more 24-hour than even down here, where you want to get a hot dog at 2 o'clock in the morning. You know, a lot of the food courts and things here on the Strip, they close at a certain time. But Fremont Street, man, the only downside of Fremont Street was on the weekends, they like to pump music. They have live bands and things. The bass just penetrates your hotel room. And it goes till like 2 or 3 in the morning. Well, I was staying on a Sunday night and thought, oh, well, it's a Sunday night. That's not the weekend. It'll be fine. Oh, no, they consider Sunday night part of the weekend. And I called the front desk. I just like, I want to sleep. When does the bass stop? And they're like, oh, probably, don't worry. It'll probably stop around 3. And I'm like, oh, man. So, okay. But yeah, thank you, Spencer, again for that super chat. I really appreciate it. Fountain Action writes, Blue Diamond Road's also like a freeway too. Yeah, Vegas is making the same mistake I saw Salt Lake City do with a road called Bangerter Highway. You really need a freeway, but it's scary because you go through the whole process and locals say, oh, why are you building the freeway? And it costs a lot of money because the bridges are the most expensive part of a freeway. So you instead say, well, something's better than nothing. So you build a big boulevard, no driveways on it or anything, and you just go really fast and you have lights every half mile. But you eventually outgrow it. And if you want some fun, go look at Salt Lake City, Bangerter Highway on the south end, and Google Street Views near some of those, and you can see where they've taken these at-grade intersections and squeezed spooey interchanges into these little tight areas, and they made it work. It's kind of expensive to do it now than if they'd done it up front, but you know, you can always fix it later. It's just how much does it cost to fix it later? And maybe you would have been better off building the freeway in the first place. And I think you're right when you mentioned Blue Diamond as well. Both St. Rose to the south and Blue Diamond to the west are roads that probably someday are going to get turned into freeways, you know, 25 years from now or whatever. Okay. Mira with a super chat for $5. Well, thank you very much, Mira, or Myra writes, hey there, Rob, just wanted to drop in and say I absolutely love what you do. Keep up the good work. Well, I will. Thank you very much. I've made a lot of career-wise poor financial decisions in my life to do what I'm doing, but I can't help myself. Transportation is just so fascinating, and I don't know why I'm showing you the sidewalk. Let's show you something. In fact, let's keep walking. Let's go like find something interesting. Oh, let me take an informal poll. We could go down toward Tropicana and kind of look at where that baseball thing might be, or even the interchange, although I don't think it's changed much since we looked at it 6 months ago. Or the reason we're here, I can go this way down Harmon and we can look at the 2 other temporary bridges. So start chatting now what you want, and I'll pick one of them. Let's see, keep rolling down here. Oh, ideas for when we can meet up around ASCE conference. The other... That's not a motorcycle. He has no excuse. Anyway, there's a Scion or one of those Toyota 86s. They also have the big TRB conference every January in Washington, D.C. The problem is, who wants to go to Washington, D.C. January? It's cold. 2, most of you probably don't work in the industry, or if you do, you might not go to the TRB conference. 3, I would love to go to the TRB conference, and I can't afford to go to the TRB conference. The tickets are too expensive, and the hotels are too expensive. And if I'm going to spend all that money to go to DC, I want to go see museums. I don't want to go to a conference. So I don't know what a good, you know, the others we could just try a California meetup sometime, and whoever can come can come. I don't know. Oh, open ideas. Keep scrolling down. YouTube full of live streamers around midnight on Fremont, probably. I was too busy getting my hot dog, and they have a Coney Island hot dog stand. I was more interested in that. Hey, look, somebody in a wedding dress. How much do you want to bet they came to Vegas to get married? That's cool. I hope it's a happy weekend for them. You hear that as a stereotype. You don't often see it, so that's kind of neat. Okay, so we got temporary bridges, temporary bridges. People have spoken. All right, let's go to the bridges. My tripod broke again. How do we get over there, though? Is there another Skybridge, or do I have to do 3 of them? I don't think there's one at this corner, so we got to do 3 of them. Which brings up an interesting thing I've noticed a few places in Las Vegas. With this high of pedestrian volume, you would expect all 4 corners to always have a way to get across. And how many intersections I've seen, especially you start going off the strip a little ways toward Koval to the east. There's some that only had 3. And I saw pedestrians lined up. They were going to try to cross anyway. You know, I definitely think that we make a big deal about saying, well, we have to do road widenings and interchanges and projects, because look at the traffic volume. The volume alone, the volume alone warrants the improvements. But I don't think we're allowed enough when there's pedestrian volume that warrants it. If you have major pedestrian volume, you got to widen your sidewalk. You need to put in bridges. You need to add crosswalks. Maybe even narrow the street and give more room to pedestrians. Like we're playing by market rules. We're playing by market rules. Well, the people have spoken. They want to walk. You know. why there's a cockroach. That's weird. So yeah, more of these barriers that block out your view of the race. It is interesting though that it's just on the bridge. You could stand here and probably get an okay view. In fact, you can kind of get a pretty good view of the track right here, actually. Okay, I'm suddenly thinking of Papa Roach and seeing the roach. So George writes, why is it covered up like that? We were talking about that earlier. Hold on, let me get past this guy. Okay, if you're able to hear me, George, we were talking earlier about how they're worried, one, that people are going to stop here to watch the race, and that's going to start clogging up the bridge. The bridge could fill up with people, and as somebody in the chat mentioned, I forget whom, it could get to a point where you even have a crowd crush of everybody trying to watch and press into each other in a confined space. And so I think they're doing maintenance on all the escalators. They want them to be top-notch and perfect, so that's why they're all broken this weekend, is they're working on them all. Makes sense. It's better to work on them now than, you know, next weekend when there's 100,000 more people here. But and so they're putting those barriers up because in the name of safety, but also, you know, when a ticket to the event's, you know, $1,000, they don't want people like me just showing up and trying to get a fun free show. So I do wonder though, like here, they haven't begun to put a barrier up, whether you could stand at street level and get a view of the race. Because this is, again, the cars, this is the south end of the circuit. They're gonna make a hard left turn here and go and then start cruising down Harmon. It's a good intersection to do it because, like we were talking, it's at a weird angle. And so because that weird angle's to their advantage, they're on the obtuse angle here. So it's a nice shallow left turn that lets them just keep their speed up and keep going. Just kind of serendipitous. A lot of this is, I had a geography professor once tell me that Las Vegas was some of the most, during the Federal Land Survey and the Homestead Act in the 1800s, the federal government would give money, would give land away if you farmed it and lived on it, improved it. And so they took the whole West and surveyed it into mile blocks. You look at Phoenix, Arizona, and it is perfect mile blocks. Las Vegas, if you go to Google Maps and you turn off the satellite imagery and just look at the map, it is so sloppy. None of those blocks line up, and I don't know why, but whoever did the surveying really did a poor job. Okay, Spencer Mosier with the super chat. Thanks again, Spencer. Right, so the cut and cover of the 515 freeway would be good. I hope Brightline could do a Phoenix to Las Vegas expansion as well. Also, Vegas would be a good fan meetup location. Yeah, and that might not be, you know, too bad. If we could figure out a time of year when it's cheap, where the travel and rooms are cheap, that could be a lot of fun. Like I say, I'm open to suggestions if people want to keep pitching ideas, but that could be a good one. You ever seen a subway open 24 hours a day? That's my first one I've ever seen. But I think somebody would have to be pretty drunk to want a subway at 3 o'clock in the morning. Mega Joker writes, they're going to have security at the escalators to make sure they keep people moving. Yeah, I believe that would make sense. There's already a very significant security presence in this town, just trying to keep people out of the course. You know, where we started the live stream earlier on Koval Street over by that rough 7-Eleven, you can go down that street about a block and there's security people. They're paying to stand there just to tell dumb pedestrians like me to turn around. Oh, we got some road rage going on. Let's see what happens. The one guy was hanging out of his window yelling at the other car. This is what's fun out west. When I was filming in Minneapolis, everybody would come. Okay, so when I film in California, public officials are suspicious of me. Police, security guards, they want to know what I'm up to with a camera. But the general public love it. They want to be in the video. They either don't care or they like walk up into frame and like, hey man, can I like tell you about my Instagram or whatever? Minneapolis was flipped. Everybody public I dealt with, like I took a camera into Mall of America, nobody cared. Security's like, oh, whatever. Like they didn't care. But now nothing's happening here, so I will zoom out. Won't make them feel quite so self-conscious. Security didn't care, cops didn't care, but I had probably at least half a dozen people in as many days approach me and say, you do not have my permission to be filmed or whatever. And I'm sitting there saying, well, I got annoyed after a while, and one guy just told him, well, fine, stay out of my shot. But Minnesota, it was a beautiful place, and people were generally nice until you pulled out a camera, and then they just kind of lost their minds at that point. And I don't know, it's the only place I've ever been. It wasn't a Midwest thing. People in Indiana were lovely. They were private. They didn't really want to be on camera, but they didn't mind I was filming. And people in Indiana were wonderful. Chicago was great, but it's a big city, so nobody cares what you're doing, you know. But yeah, something about the Twin Cities, it was kind of weird, but anyway. Okay, see if I can get caught up. JC Wolf writes, first time catching an RJR live stream. Well, thank you for joining in. I like I say, don't normally do a weekend. I usually do a weeknight, but the sun sets, as somebody in the chat mentioned about Minnesota, it was 5 p.m. and it was already dark. Because of where we are, even though we're fairly far south, where Las Vegas is it's so early in the time zone, the sun sets at like 4:30. So I had to start early today. George Honda writes, downtown Minneapolis can get sketchy at night. Yeah, I wasn't down there at night. I was down there in the daytime, but he writes, I did some Uber and DoorDash during college, had some interesting interactions. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a town I felt scared in. I thought Minneapolis was lovely, but, and it wasn't that people were like psycho either. It was just more like they were offended that they could possibly appear on camera or something, you know, which is very different from out west, you know. So this is an example of what I was talking about. You get slightly off the strip and you've got a crosswalk here and a crosswalk here and a crosswalk here, but normally you don't have a crosswalk on that fourth side. And oh no, I'm mistaken. There's the crosswalk head, never mind. But that would be an example of, there was another one I saw at a different intersection where they normally didn't have a fourth crosswalk, and there were people. There's enough pedestrians here. I mean, you have a high-rise hotel, a lot of guests arriving by plane, they want to come over here to Planet Hollywood. They're not going to go two sides of an intersection. They're going to just cross straight over. So again, volume warrants it. Give them the crosswalks, you know. Justin81 says, I think they call it Minnesota nice. I kid you not. I first got to Minnesota, and to save money, because I'm trying to stretch your Patreon dollar and get as much content out of it as I can, I ate generally at like grocery store delis and things, because you can get some really, I mean, that is the trick. If you're like not into cooking, you can go to the deli and get some of these chains and get really cheap, yummy chicken tenders and coleslaw and stuff for almost nothing. And you know, feed myself for like $25 a week, you know, and you know, throw in some veggies and things. And so I went to Cub Foods, which was kind of a fun grocery store. And this middle-aged woman went to the counter, and with the, I can't even imitate it, but with the full Minnesota accent, goes, "Oh no, I want the Ginio, not the other ham." Ginio. I tried so hard not to laugh, because I've always heard that stereotype about Minnesota, and to actually hear it was something else. But Lightning Fan 04 says, if you don't want to be on camera, stay home. Yeah, and I try to be respectful of people, but you know, and it's the other way around too. Like I was filming, you'll see in the pedestrian video, if you want an Easter egg, I was filming in Solvang in front of a sign that said something about the beef jerky experience, and just to be funny, I'm like, you know, you ever wanted to live in Copenhagen but go to the beef jerky experience, this is your place. And you'll see this like middle-aged man walk right behind me, and then he'll like look at the camera and go like, "What?" And then he'll walk away. And so then I turned around, I smiled at him, and he goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I ruined your shot." And I said, "No, it's fine. I'm filming in public. You walk in the shot, you're part of the video. It's just that it's real, you know. I don't care. I'm not making a movie, you know." But I appreciated how apologetic and polite he was. But it's a two-way street, you know. They walk in my shot, or you know, whatever. It happens. I thought we had a crosswalk. Oh, we do. See, once again, I'm just following the crowd and wandering into traffic without looking to see if I even have a walk sign yet. All right, what else we got here? LOL about to say you ate at Cub. Yeah, Cub Food. So out west, there's a store called Winco. It's employee owned, like best prices on everything. Open 24 hours, no club card, just a great no-nonsense store. It's my favorite store. And finally, I live in a place in California where I can go to one. And Winco stands for winning company, but coincidentally, Washington, Idaho, Nevada, California, and Oregon, which were where they had all their stores. And then they went to Utah, so they said, I guess they got to change the name to Unicow. But anyway, that's not my joke. Somebody else came up with that. But the Cub Foods, the one I went to, the Cub really felt like a Winco. And I found out that like 20 years ago, Winco managed them under the Cub Foods brand name, and then I guess Cub took them back. But I think that DNA is still in the Cub Foods, because it really had that vibe. Now that said, I was in the Midwest, and unfortunately I have to eat a wheat-free diet, you know, and kind of watch just digestion issues. And there's nothing healthy in a Cub Foods in the Midwest. It was all yummy, delicious stuff. Like I thought, like, oh, maybe there's like some healthy 100% not from concentrate juice or something I could get. And it's like, no, fruit punch. You want the fruit punch, eh? Here's an entire aisle of fruit punch. It was so sweet, but it was also just it just made me laugh, because it seemed like so much about Minnesota was a stereotype of Minnesota. I stayed at a hotel, had a jacuzzi, and I love jacuzzis because it's the only place left in a society where you can talk to strangers and it's not weird, and meet new people. And I guess bars you can, but I don't really drink, so. Everybody I met in that jacuzzi was from Winnipeg, because apparently Minneapolis is halfway between Winnipeg and Chicago, so that's where they all go. Okay, here's bridge number 2. This is the one that I believe it's, I think, one-way traffic. In fact, it's kind of funny. It almost looks like the monorail's driving on the bridge, but the monorail's on its own separate thing, because you'll see it go by. But this bridge here, I think during the day is open to the public, but only northbound. Southbound traffic still goes through the signal. And then, in fact, I think southbound traffic's required to turn right, now that I look at it, because you come down here to the signal head and they've got 2 right turn only signs. But during the event, this will not have any public access whatsoever. This is solely for Formula One staff to be able to get from the one end of the track to the other. So I guess they have outside of the track, down that way, some auxiliary stuff that's going to support the race, and they're able to bring it in over the track and take it down that way into the infield to, I don't know, do whatever they're going to do. So that's what this bridge is. And I believe there's one more, and I'm trying to remember where it is. I think it's on the same street, but maybe down a block. So let's keep going. Similar construction to the other bridge. I think it's basically the same idea, except they have 2 bridges for Tropicana, and this is just a 2-lane bridge. That's, but I've only seen traffic going northbound on it. I haven't seen any southbound cars on it, so I think it's one way. And it's, yeah, I don't know what it's all for, but I'll make sure. I'm sure somebody hit the button, but just in case. Horror Docs writes, where did you stay in Minnesota? I'm guessing Bloomington. Oh shoot, what was the name of the town? Well, I'm gonna go because nobody can go. If I had another phone and I could look at a map, I could tell you, but it was something like Brooklyn Center. I'm trying to remember, but it was a town off the Beltway, north of downtown, a little bit to the west. And I want to say it was Brooklyn Center. It was wherever Priceline put me. And, you know, Pricelines, I've had good luck with them because if I get them at just the right time, middle of the week, sometimes I can, for a Motel 6 price, I can get into something a little bit nicer, you know, something that actually gets cleaned. So here we're seeing, this is another set of grandstands, and we're approaching, the next block is that we've almost come full circle of the track from where we started, that $500 million grandstand I was talking about. Mark writes, I thought the bridge here was going to be wider than that over Koval. Yeah, this one, so we're on, this is Harmon. So this is the track, this is the south leg of the track heading east. And yeah, that front bridge, of course, is the monorail, and then the one behind it, it's narrow. Like I say, it's not one that's really for the public. Or maybe that, I can't remember if that one's public. Maybe it's this one that's not open to the public, but one of the two is principally for Formula One to get their people across. And maybe it's this one here. But that's where, if this is going to be a permanent thing, then, now this is all new, this thing that says Elite Medical Center. I don't know if that was an urgent care center that was here before, or if this literally popped up for Formula One to deal with, you know, spectators getting injured or something. I don't know. It could just be a regular urgent care center that's in a mostly unfortunate place. I think there's significant intersection capacity problems at Las Vegas Boulevard. All of this traffic that we're seeing and the road rage that we saw earlier is a lane reduction as people head westbound toward Las Vegas Boulevard, because traffic coming away from the strip's not too bad. You see it stops for a signal, but as you see now, it's picking up and going again. But the westbound side is just sunk, and it was that way last night. It's that way today. I think it's just, I think you maybe have 3 lanes going down to 2 or 2 to 1 or something. Or the signal timing's bad because they're having to do the split phases, but whatever it is, this is the type of annoyance, though, that I don't know how long they've been on that timing plan, but if you're a local who has to take this road for work and you're dealing with this for months and you can't even afford to go to the event, yeah, I can see how that could affect public perception in a negative way. Okay, here's the bridge. So again, they've got the shield to protect people from dropping stuff. It looks like it's made out of metal. And so you're able to have, like I say, again, there are 2 goals: keeping debris from flying up and keeping debris from flying down. Well, that'll do it. You're not going to have any debris going either way with and it looks like a double piece of metal here. Oh, it's single. It just has like an I-beam at the end there. Okay. The other thing we haven't really spent a lot of time looking at, but the structure of the lighting. I mean, just the planning that went into building a rig that could hold all the lighting stuff up high is pretty neat. You know, and then making it fit under the bridge to keep the track lit up, because this is a Hollywood production. You know, it's a European production, but it's a major television event, and the actors are the cars, and they want to make sure that you can see those cars really well in the middle of the night. And I bet it on TV it's going to look just gorgeous, all these lights. Be fun to get a what do you call that, not an infographic, but there's a term for when they give you little factoids for a bunch of things of how many miles of lighting track they put up, how many light fixtures. I know the paving alone, redoing the pavement, was somewhere in the neighborhood of about $75 million and took 6 months. The paddock down here, the grandstand and all the pits and everything was $500 million. So it's definitely not something anybody does on a whim. Let's see the approach road to the temporary bridge here. Once again, they've got the base on like a little planter box. That's where it'd be fun to talk to a soil engineer and figure out like what were the calculations on that. To, you know, a structure is only as good as the dirt it sits on, and if the dirt it sits on isn't stable, then. Joseph Manley says, I've been watching at double speed and had to pause to visit my mom and a few other things, and just caught up at regular speed. Is strange. Well, howdy, Joseph. Welcome back to single speed. Just kidding. Mega Joker writes, I think they're going to be filming for the Apple Formula One movie with Brad Pitt. Well, makes sense. If they've got the track built, now's your chance to try to hurry and use it. Fountain Action writes, everything is in millions of dollars. That's true, but that's true of transportation generally anyway. Yeah, anybody who has a transportation project that's thousands of dollars and it's not their driveway, I start to get a little scared. Dindong22 says, Formula One is making everyone in Las Vegas hate them. Yeah, and it kind of sounds like it. You know, I think most people, this is a European sport. I mean, imagine for a moment, a good analogy would be the World Cup. And even that has probably more support in America than Formula One. If the World Cup came to Las Vegas and caused 6 months of disruptions, and then nobody could afford a ticket, I think it would have the same PR fiasco that they're going through now with Formula One. And so fans of it or love it, you know, locals who are into Formula One probably think this is great. You know, like when I was in high school, the 2002 Olympics came to Salt Lake City, and they made sure that they could bring as many students to events as they could. Although somehow I was in high school, they didn't let me go to the Olympics, but at least all the elementary school kids got to go. And really tried to make sure that there were things locals could do. You could go downtown to the big like Olympic fun zone, and it was free and it was open to everybody, and really tried to make sure that it was something that not only people from out of country and out of state could enjoy, but locals could as well. And it sounds like that did not happen here. And so that's really a shame. And maybe hopefully something they'll fix next year, you know, if they do this again. Because if you get enough local people saying, no, never again, then they're gonna have to come back to the table and say, well, okay, well, what can we do to improve your customer service relationship? You can kind of see outside of where they've repaved, the pavement's more distressed. I can't stand here long because the crosswalk, but you see the old pavement versus the new is perfect, just perfect. And that's where they'll drift to the left and go through the big arena. Now, okay, sidewalk closed, use other side, but then sidewalk closed. Well, I'm gonna keep going anyway. I don't care if it says it's closed. I think maybe they mean the other side is closed. So here's where the lighting track crosses Harmon and goes into that area. And I would love to take you in there if I could, but they have security of the wazoo, and there's no way they're gonna let me. But we'll see as much of it as we can from this side of the street. So you can kind of see, blocking a driveway for a minute, but see down in there. So that's the kind of straightaway there, and I think somewhere in here is all the pits, but I don't know if that's off to the side somewhere or where exactly they are. I'm going to walk out of this driveway so I can take a look at your chats. I don't want to miss something you said, even though I often miss most of what you said. Nice zoom. Yeah. Enhance, right? Zoom and enhance. Rob, what are the aspects of road resurfacing did you like? Should we step up our road quality for everyone? Hi, how are you guys? That's something I actually plead some ignorance that I'm still learning about. Most of my study in school was traffic operations, you know, how the road works, signals and that sort of thing. And so getting into the physical side of it, I'm undereducated. I'm excited to learn. I would love to do some videos where we get in and talk about concrete and asphalt. And I do know that whatever it is they're putting down for race cars is definitely excellent for a race. I don't know if it's something though that has like a 1-year shelf life because they figure, oh, well, we'll repave it again next year for next year's race. I don't know. I that would be fascinating to learn, and I don't know a pavement person who is involved. Okay, so you're asking us. Well, I'll get to this. Actually, first, there's a super chat. Yay! From Canada, Snazzy Pig 55. Well, thank you. Writes, hi from Toronto. Discovered your channel a little while ago. Love what you talk about on here. Do you think you'd do a video in Canada sometime? I want to. I know that Toronto has the 401, and that's pretty neat. And it's also a textbook example that people not as jazzed about the car use as like, see, you leave it to highway engineers and this is what they build you. But it's actually pretty neat because the 401 has separate uses, the collector distributor roads. And I think my thing is still trying to be good at delivering on so the resources you guys have paid me in Patreon last year and a half or so. I've been trying to save as much of it as I can, and that allowed me to do the trip to Carmel and to Minneapolis and do the live stream in Chicago and film a video there about the traffic sign printer. So I show you about 4 or 5 videos out of that you'll see coming out in the coming months. But the concern if I travel too far is that I end up burning your money to get one video, right? So I'm trying to, so a lot of the Patreon's going to grow, right? You know, people like you stumble across this, they find transportation interesting, and hopefully I do an interesting enough job showcasing it to them that they'll continue to toss some resources our way, and that I can get more excited and, you know, hopefully go to Canada would be the next logical step, right? Because I can actually drive there if I need to, bring all my equipment. Eventually maybe Europe, you know, we'll see. I have no clue, you know. I may find tomorrow everybody decides they'd rather spend the money on Disney Plus price hikes, and they drop it, and then I go, you know, do another job. But it doesn't look that way. People, you know, as people drop off, you know, for every one person that drops off, like 1.5 people join, and I'm grateful for those half people. No, I'm just kidding. So it's been good. I'd like to get to Canada. I think that'd be fun, but not yet. Haven't had that one yet. So, but yeah, thanks again for your super chat. I appreciate that. Driver 96 writes, are any of these structures permanent? So the grandstands that we saw, all the stuff along Las Vegas Boulevard, that's all coming down. The barriers are coming down, the grandstands are coming down. Grandstands here along Harmon, down over this way, those are coming down. What I don't know is this thing looks pretty darn permanent. And they spent a lot of money on this thing. And I think they would be very, very stupid if this wasn't permanent. So I think that building looks permanent. These grandstands look temporary. Those across from them, there we go. Those, I'm pretty sure they're dismantling and coming down. They don't look permanent at all. But yeah, I think this building behind us, I think that's, yeah. And Pirelli Super Hard writes, the pit building's permanent, yes. So you have confirmation from Pirelli Super Hard, and with a name like Pirelli, you know it's Formula One. So Snazzy Pig also writes, the 401 would be a great topic. It's so interesting and also such a mess. Yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful machine trying to do the job that the land use around it requires it to do, and then because it's there, it influences land use. And you get the class. I mean, it could be the classic chicken and the egg story. The urban planner types blame the 401 for causing sprawl, but the 401 is as wide as it is because of sprawl. And you can document cases where sprawl happened anyway. One of the only places that doesn't sprawl without the freeway being there is Portland. But it's not because Portland doesn't build new freeways, it's because Portland has an urban growth boundary that stops the sprawl. It's a political decision to stop the sprawl and build up instead. And they will allow new development, but they have to like plan it out, you know, like where's the pipes, where's the roads, and it's very rarely do they open the urban growth boundary up, but they can. But in most of the country, they don't have urban growth boundaries. I doubt Toronto has urban growth boundaries. And so one could say, well, don't widen the highway, don't build a new freeway, it'll just feed sprawl. Well, that's true, but if you don't build it, the sprawl is also going to happen, maybe at a slower rate. And what happens is you end up with a bunch of local roads that fail, and that builds political pressure to widen the highway or build another freeway. And so then you're back where you started, except it may be more expensive later because you're going in and doing open heart surgery inside a developed corridor rather than doing it ahead of time when the land's cheaper. But if you do it ahead of time, you make travel faster, which then induces more sprawl, right? So the answer comes down to humans are born, populations grow, and that's the reason why we consume more resources on the planet. And so there's no one thing to blame. Blaming the roads is only part of the problem. It's not the problem that some people make it out to be. So, and the 401's a good case example of that. Okay, what else we got here? Make the grandstand a concert venue. To what? I mean, especially like this one. What are you supposed to do? Play a concert out in the street? Oh, that's funny. Mark for shopping writes, the only permanent thing will be the buildings on the main straight and maybe the VIP suites turn 4. I think that's what you're talking about here, though. This thing, unlike everything else we looked at today, this thing looks permanent. Like they would have to like everything else I've seen could be dismantled. This would have to be demolished. So I think that's permanent. So I am a tire in that building, writes Pirelli super hard. Yeah, well, Pirelli, it's the official tire of Formula One, right? I used to run Pirellis on my car, but then I got a car that Pirelli doesn't make a size for that car. So now I use Michelin's. But a trip to the EU would cost you over $2,000 just in airfare and hotel fees, writes Chandra. Yeah, and the hotel is what really can start to add up. Like the Midwest trip, I drove the Green Fit, which recently was in an accident, but that's another story. I wasn't driving. So see if we can fix it. The famous Green Fit from the license plate video has already been crashed into. Brother-in-law got rear-ended on the freeway. He's okay. But I drove the Green Fit. I drove economically, so gas was cheap. Ate at deli, supermarket delis. Like most everything was pretty economical. But I crashed a drone, so I had to buy another drone. I had to buy a GoPro because I wasn't going to take a camera on the bus, especially when everybody in Minneapolis was yelling at me. So I wanted something more surreptitious, Hotel costs were by far the most expensive part. Even trying to use Priceline and be as economical as I could, it adds up quick. And so, like I say, I didn't get much time to just relax and sightsee. It was go, 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 go. Writing a script all night long, and then trying to film all day, and then writing a script all night long. It was very exhausting those months, and that's partly why this video is a little bit delayed, is because the pedestrian video was almost ready to go. So when I got back from that trip, I was able to push it out, and then now I was going to start working on like some of the videos, because I've already written scripts for. Hey. I already written the script for like the Carmel roundabout one, so it would edit faster. I put up a poll on Patreon what y'all wanted to see, and you guys chose the Portland one that I hadn't written the script for. So that one's been a little slower because I've had to animate a lot of stuff, because I didn't shoot everything I needed to shoot, because I didn't plan that one out as well. That was my trial run a year ago to see how a travel thing would go. So. BGBCA says, fun fact, I had my sister drive on one exit on the 401 once, and she was ready to GTO kill me after that. Yeah, but it's not that scary. Like, the freeway is way safer than driving down a road like this, where people can turn in and out of driveways, and you're going 40 miles an hour, and all of a sudden somebody can dart out in front of you. On the freeway, it's like, just make sure you don't sideswipe anyone, slam on your brakes and get rear-ended, or rear-end somebody. Like 3 things, and if you can just keep track of those 3 things, you're good. And if you're like my brother-in-law was on the freeway, it wasn't too bad of a crash. I mean, for the cars it wasn't great, but for he was fine, because you're all traveling the same direction. You don't have those head-on crashes or right-angle T-bone crashes that you have on a regular city street. So yeah, I'm one that, when people are scared to drive on the freeway, I like to put on my traffic engineer cap and explain why they don't need to be scared. Adam Booth. All right. Adam writes, also check out Vancouver's urban planning. Yeah, I need to see the other Vancouver. I'm talking a lot in this next video about Vancouver, Washington, but not... John England says, build a train line, don't increase car dependency. No, that's a good idea. I've thought about that a lot. You go outside of Salt Lake City, sorry to use it again as an example, but I have a lot of examples from there. And about 1 million new people, the new sprawl growth is going to be in this area called the Cedar Valley. It's a town already out there called Eagle Mountain. And that's where all the new houses are. And so those are the opportunities people have to be homeowners, rather than getting in bidding wars and the more expensive homes closer in. And everything's been reactionary. The development happened without a freeway, and that's why I say you got to be careful, because if you don't plan your transportation up front where the growth's going to go, even knowing that that new transportation is going to induce demand, induce sprawl. You have to retrofit it in later. And my disappointment is they've been very reactionary, responding, saying, oh my gosh, this old country highway, everybody's using it, and you're going to have literally 1 million people using this thing 30 years from now. So they have a good plan to build a freeway with frontage roads on it. And those 1 million people are taxpayers who pay Utah road taxes, and they pay registration fees. Like, in fairness, money needs to be spent where they live. But what bothers me is that there is no plan, even 30 years out, not even a vision, to run a commuter rail line out there. Because I would argue if you ran the commuter rail line right now, before it's needed, you could work with the developers to build a walkable, like, Washington, D.C. style, ring of roads going out from it, and have the dense neighborhoods right next to that commuter rail system. And then you could have the sprawl outside of it. And that is not going to eliminate the need for that freeway, but it might be able to delay it, or we might be able to build a smaller one up front and build a bigger one later, because you could maybe grab 20 or 30% of that demand off the commuter rail line. But again, it's a political thing, and I think it is difficult to... It's much easier to say this road is crowded, let's address the crowded road and react to it, than it is to be proactive and say, let's build a rail line up front before we even crowd the road, because people say, well, what's the need? You know what I mean? Like we're very reactionary in the way we do planning, because democracy. And so the wider freeway is going to get used because the road's already getting used a lot. You don't know if the rail line's going to be used, but if we did enough rail lines proactively that you could show that they do get used, then you can point to them as examples. Anyway, it's long story short, it comes back to like what we were talking about earlier about different approaches to trying to make the world better. How do you get there from where you are now? And that's a difficult one, and it's disappointing again to see that they don't bother trying to plan. Like even if they weren't going to build the commuter rail line, identify where it's going to go, so we don't build a house in its path. So you have a corridor later that you can put it in, But they didn't. So it's too bad. Okay. Have you seen? David writes, have you seen? Peter Santinella, he somehow is able to go pro in the worst parts take a GoPro in the worst parts of the city. Oh yeah, probably. Most people are usually pretty good. It was just for some reason Minneapolis, they gave me the business. I'd be filming and they're like, get that Insta garbage out of here, whatever. And it's like, Jan writes, more conflict points increases the chance of crashes. That's true. Hello, Harry writes, there's less time to react on a freeway though. If you're driving properly, you've got your 2 seconds of, if I'm on the freeway and the cars start braking in front of me, if I have adequate distance like I'm supposed to have, I don't, but if I've got my 2 seconds, which my perception reaction time and everything gives me time to stomp on the brakes, and then they're braking and I'm braking, but here I might get no warning because let's say the stop traffic here, and I'm zipping along like these cars here, and then somebody decides they're tired of being in traffic and they just hang a left real fast, just right out into a driveway. Bam! You don't even have a chance to act. So it's relative, right? The severity of the crash is maybe not as well. And it depends. You're going 35, 40 miles an hour and just right angle somebody. That's going to be a lot worse than rear-ending somebody at a higher speed, because rear-ending, you've got the whole hood of your car that can collapse. You've got the trunks of the cars that can collapse. There's a lot of space. The auto engineers love that. They love to have as much room as they can to squish things together, and because where they get into trouble is when finally there's no more room to squish, so then it starts pressing into the cab of the car. But you turn the car sideways and you look at the doors, there's only about that much room that they can play with. and so then it's harder to protect you in a crash. So, and you don't get those right angle T-bone crashes on the freeway typically. I mean, anything's possible, right? Andrew B writes, howdy from Phoenix. That sounds like Arizona 347 between Chandler and Maricopa. Way more traffic than it can handle due to rapid growth. Right, and I'm saying people who think we don't widen the highway, it'll stop the growth, are mistaken. And it's going to end up with the freeway widened anyway because it's a democracy. People pay tax money. They're going to demand it. Politicians are going to respond. It's going to get widened. And maybe at a much more expensive price than if you'd done it up front. But what's missing, and I absolutely agree, is there's no rail component. And like, even if you don't build the rail, just identify where do you want it to go. Even better, put in the rail as the development happens first. Try to siphon off as many people as you can who try to get accustomed to using the rail, and then incrementally widen the road to address the remaining demand. But, you know, we don't do that. I think it's a mistake. Jordan Sanderson says Eagle Mountain is not affordable anymore. The average house out there is $500,000. That's true, but you go to Salt Lake County at $650 or $700. So, you know, but you're right. Nowhere in Utah is affordable. Jordan also writes, Facebook put a data center out there that employs 20 people, and then the housing prices jumped as people were expecting some non-existent tech boom. Well, it was that, and prices everywhere went up because, like, I had a friend who moved out to Eagle Mountain in 2020 because with work from home, he now with the flexibility going, well, why am I living in West Jordan where there are no children anymore because families have been priced out? We can move out to Eagle Mountain where some people have the opportunity to move their families out there and have kids. So the kids wanting to have friends. Mark Verstappen says 40 miles per hour in a city is crazy to me. And not in a suburb. And you're right, like 40 miles an hour in downtown Las Vegas by Fremont Street would be insane. Although 35 is actually kind of common, but you typically don't see 40 in the downtown. But it's as you get just outside of the downtown, typically 40 is quite common along suburban arterial streets. And the ones that, you know, it's funny, the urban planner types talk about stroads, right? Those roads that suburban, and I'd get more specific, a suburban arterial street that has very bad access management, and so it has too many driveways and conflicts on it, as I forgot your name, as you mentioned a minute ago. And so the idea of a stroad is they always talk about the one side. They say, well, they need to pick, is it a highway or is it a city street? But what they don't realize is that while in downtowns they're right, you'd make it a city street. Most of those roads in the suburbs that are stroads, you'd push them to be a highway. And so those type of roads, often once you fix the access management, can accommodate a speed limit of 45, 50 or more. And so that's a little bit disheartening, because I think that what the urban planning people are hoping is we say, well, a road needs to decide, is it a highway or a city street? And they don't realize that, well, half of them are going to fall this way. So you kind of, you know, not saying that keeping a lower speed limit is justification for bad access management, and having a poor suburban arterial like Sepulveda Boulevard through the San Fernando Valley is horrible, right? Just a strip of nonstop small commercial that just has as many driveways as it wants, and there's a turn lane and people just are turning wherever they want, and it's a disaster. But if you took Sepulveda and say you built like frontage roads on the backside and eliminated all the driveways from it, put in a median, you have a highway now. Sepulveda could be 50. So anyway, just something to think about, you know. John Doe writes, why do roads don't make traffic move faster? It just makes a larger parking lot that looks a lot like a road. Well, intersection capacity, you're right. So if you have frequent signals that you're not able to get progression out of. Hi. It's not even Twitch. If you have closely paced signals that are really close together, and you can't get good green progression, so people are going to stop, you're right. The intersections become wide, not necessarily because you need 4 lanes to move everybody through, but you need 4 lanes to move everybody through the limited amount of green time. that you have. I've actually seen some suburbs like Gresham, Oregon, where the road was one lane each way, and then you get to the intersection, and then it fans out to be really huge to get everybody through, and then it all merges back together. And those roads actually move traffic pretty well. I think it was at 185th or 2. I can't remember. It was one of the streets that comes off Interstate 84 and it goes up and it curves around. And I think when you get to like Stark Street or something, it fans out and it comes back together. And that's because it needs the intersection capacity to push everybody through. And that was going back to Carmel, Indiana. The secret sauce they have is they just don't have intersections. Every place that would be signalized or be a four-way stop is a roundabout. And because the roundabouts don't have any dead time, you can constantly be moving people through them. You don't have that intersection capacity problem. And start to find that, oh, we thought we needed a road that was 3 lanes each way, but really we can get by with 2 or sometimes even 1 each way, because you never have that big buildup waiting for the green light. A way you can get around that, though, and I know Utah's done this in a lot of places, sorry to bring it up again, but because Utah's not normally a city grows like a ball. Think like Las Vegas. You have their downtown and then it just grows out kind of evenly as a big circle. But some places like Miami, Florida, where you have the Everglades and the Atlantic Ocean, and Utah's the same way with mountains and valleys and things, you end up with this long strip. So all these streets are crossing minor streets. So you can get really good green progression. So then suddenly it kind of works because you don't have a big parking lot generated, because once you start getting a green, then you can start going green, 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 green. And then you can have a 45 or 50 mile an hour speed limit and still green, 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 and then it kind of works. You're right, though, that normally where cities that grow like this and are a gridlock, right? Because you're trying to optimize streets that go this way with streets that go this way, and you can't do it. Having people go 45 miles an hour stop, 45 miles an hour stop, 45 miles an hour stop is not as fast as 35 miles an hour roundabout, 35 miles an hour roundabout, 35 miles an hour roundabout, where they kind of keep going. That's what I thought was so cool about Carmel, Indiana. I'm excited to make that video. Is it was not only a great place to walk around because they were able to get by with narrower streets and use that extra space to put in multi-use paths, really nice bicycle and walking paths, but the traffic was going at a slower speed. And this is the key, this is what I think sometimes the urban planners miss. As a motorist, it was one of the most satisfying towns I've ever driven a car in. I didn't mind going 30 miles an hour because I never stopped. I just keep going and going and going, roundabout after roundabout, roundabout, and I could fly across town at a slow speed. It's this weird thing they've figured out. One roundabout is just like a fun little toy, but a network of roundabouts is suddenly something where it just completely changes the way vehicles operate. And so I don't have that, like on a street like this, normal suburban street, I have an incentive to want to really push it. This thing's 35, I'd probably do it at least 40, because I'd see that green a quarter mile down the road, and I know the faster I go, the better my probability I get to keep going. And so I'm hitting the intersection, I might be doing 50, right? Then I get through the intersection, I let off, and then I, get close to the next signal and I go, oh, it just turned green. Okay, speed up. We want to make sure we make it, You don't have that perverse incentive or that, emotional reaction of wanting to accelerate into the intersection, because you have to slow down to 15 miles an hour no matter what. So you might as well mid-block, you just start coasting and letting off, because it's going to be fine, because I got to slow down anyway to 15 miles an hour to hit the roundabout geometry. And I know the roundabout's not going to suddenly turn red. It's going to operate the exact same way whether I arrive 4 seconds later than 4 seconds earlier. Where a signal that 4 seconds earlier, 4 seconds later may mean the difference of a minute, having to sit there and wait and lose all my momentum and completely start over. And so the psychology of a network of roundabouts is just fantastic. And I've realized for non-expressway roads, that's like, I'm getting it. Like that network of roundabouts is great. And I always thought, oh, well, but you don't get anywhere because you're going 30 miles an hour. No, you get there at the same time or faster because you're not waiting for reds. So I'm warming up. Like I say, once I've experienced it, I go, that's really cool. Okay, anyway, enough about that. See, Sable Miner writes, Dallas, Texas planned light rail in the 90s and has expanded even despite lower usage. Yeah, no, it's good. But a lot of the light rail's coming in after the fact. Wouldn't it be neat if the light rail could like go out to where the new growth is and work with the developer to build around the stations intentionally to make it where people easily could walk to the station. Let's see, I'm probably way behind here. Rob, I visited, David writes, visited there a few weeks ago. We just missed each other. I was amazed at Carmel and thinking about moving there. I kind of, if I didn't mind cold weather, I was kind of thinking about it too. So I was going, you know, I couldn't afford to live in Carmel, but I could live in one of the towns nearby, Westfield or whatever. And you know, what I liked is that Carmel had that public space where everybody could just hang out. I was talking about earlier that bars and jacuzzis are the only places left where you can strike up a conversation with a stranger and it's not weird. And Carmel has genuine public space, 24/7 public space that you could sit down at a table and strike up a conversation with somebody. And so that I crave, but I feel more inclined to try to sell the idea of the new suburb where I live. I don't know how I do it. I've never done advocacy, but maybe it's time to try. With the idea that I'm not slowing cars down. I'm not trying to make life worse for driving. I'm trying to make it better. And by making it better, we make it better for people walking and biking too. It's like this fantastic win-win that I am just amazed that it's like universal support. So like, and I was normally I walk around and talk to people doing a video or whatever. You get hem and haw. Like a good example is, you remember that video with the zigzaggy street in Hollister, California, where they did the traffic calming and they did it wrong, but even when it got put back together right, I went there and I was talking to people, tried to get them on camera. Most people didn't want to. And I was asking them, what do you think about this? Hoping that people would say, oh, I was a skeptic, but now that it's done, I love it. They should do more, because that would make a great story, and morally, that's the right story. But I wasn't getting that reaction. Most people were saying, oh, this thing's been a boondoggle. And even though they're out walking and enjoying the traffic calming, they're complaining that it's ugly and they wish it would go away. Even though when I went there back when it was 45 miles an hour, nobody was out walking, you know. But when I went to Carmel, I didn't have that. Everybody was sold on it, you know, because I mean, they've been doing the roundabouts for 20 years, right? So people have had time to, they're all like, I couldn't find anybody in Carmel in the city limits who had anything negative to say about them. They thought they were great. That's probably why that mayor got elected to like 7 terms or something. He's finally out of office. He's retiring. He's great to talk to, by the way. But then I went into Indianapolis, and they were all scared. Downtown Indianapolis, everybody was scared of roundabouts. They said, oh, I like lights. Lights are faster. There's the perception they had, right? So, I don't know. It's, like I say, transportation is a science that's so public that we can't just come in and say, well, we did the math. This is better. This is what you're going to get. Because you have to, we're a democracy. You have to get people emotionally warmed up to the idea. Coming in and telling them or taking your car away and you're a bad, bad person for driving that car is not a good way to warm them up emotionally to the idea. You're probably going to build an opponent who's going to fight you on it. But I don't know what Carmel did. Middle of the Midwest, an area that's not known for being radical or revolutionary, and and it's not just the roundabouts. There'll be a part 2 I'm hoping to work on that it's affected the land use in a big way. So yeah, anyway, enough about that. I'm getting way behind on your chat. Let's see. I gotta scroll down through some. Programmer 7 writes, NDOT in Northern Nevada plans on widening for population growth 2040 plus, but the large projects make all the capacity available at once, not gradually, inducing more road users and modal shift solutions. That's a tough one. I know I lived in an area where they built a new road near kind of a lake. What they did, but wasn't that they were trying to fight induced demand. I think it was just a cost savings thing. They bought all the land now. They graded all of it and did all the draining for the full 5-lane road or 7-lane road or whatever it was going to be. But they only paved half of it. And I think when I talked to the city, they said it was because because it was kind of swampy land, they put the road base down and it sunk. So they had to buy more road base and it sunk. So they spent so much money on road base, they had very little left for asphalt. So they just paved 1 lane each way. And 5 years later, that's still adequate. They're not having traffic problems with 1 lane each way, but they're ready that someday when they need the road to be 5 lanes, they just got to pave the other side. So that could be one way of doing it. Here in Las Vegas, it was a money thing, not necessarily fighting induced demand, but the 215 Beltway, which again Clark County built and not NDOT, Clark County didn't have all the money. So what they did is they bought all the land for the Beltway now. They put down a 2-lane highway each way, and then graded it so instead of building all the bridges, you go off on the whole freeway goes off the off-ramp, goes to the light, and then comes back on. And then the middle part, they saved room for where the overcrossing or undercrossing would later go. And then as they had money, bridge by bridge, funded it and went kind of clockwise around the Beltway and put them all in. And so that could be another way. But I think the sales pitch on that is not that you're trying to fight induced demand, because the development all came anyway. You know, it's where there was open lots and people moved to Las Vegas for work, and the zoning basically makes it. If you're a developer and people want a house or a place to live, and you try to do high density, you're going to be fighting lawsuits till the end of time, trying to get that thing built because of the way the laws are structured. But you want to do a subdivision, well, the national home developers, they're really good at getting those done, because by right they can build them. So they go in and they build them. And so even if the Beltway hadn't been built, those lots would have filled up. So now I'm glad they have the Beltway. So induced demand is complicated. It's real, but it's not the entire cause. And it's difficult to measure. Like one thing with the Portland Bridge video I'm working on now is saying, well, is widening the bridge over the Columbia River going to cause induced demand? The answer is yes and no. What do you mean by induced demand? Where is it inducing the demand? Like, you know, when you start to, if you, it's a binary question, yes or no, absolutely, a wider bridge is going to induce demand. But if you nuance it lower, it's like, well, Metro, who are fans of biking and walking, Metro are the ones who love the growth boundary, they're in charge of it for Portland. They did a model saying, well, what if we built a third bridge somewhere else? And then they realized, oh shoot, actually most of the traffic on the interstate bridge is people coming to that area to work and to shop. That it's not necessarily the commuters going to Vancouver that are the problem. It's 60% of the traffic's like internally handled, you know. And actually it's making development between Portland and Vancouver struggle, because people can't access that area as easily as they can because they're stuck in traffic. So the businesses go out of business there. And it might be causing demand to have people go all the way to the east side of Portland, take the other bridge, and then drive back because it's faster. And so that's where they were looking at their model going, you know, if we don't build this bridge, we may end up building a third bridge somewhere else, and then we're inducing demand out there and causing development out there. We have this underused area. Actually, if we widen this area that's closer between the two downtowns, it'll cause ingrowth between the two downtowns. And so, yes, it's induced demand, but what kind of induced demand is it? You know, as I say, you get in, and all I know is the Portland City Council, who are opponents of the bridge, ended up coming back and endorsing a 10-lane bridge. So they didn't want 12, but they were okay with 10. And if you can convince the Portland City Council that, yeah, we got to build a 10-lane bridge, then you actually need a 10-lane bridge. That's not just a car enthusiast dream. I mean, that's actually what needs to be built. So anyway, that's the story I'm still working on. But okay, let's move around, buddy. Okay, sounds good. It's getting dark, so I'm trying to think where to go next. I can't cross over to that side because there's no sidewalk on that, or is there? Well, shoot, there's nowhere to cross is the problem. Because I can't cross there, but I do see some pedestrians. Well, let's walk down this way a little farther. We'll see. Alex writes, how about State Road 18 in Victorville? Why is the geography affecting Caltrans building up and down the gradients and the current projects of widening the road? Okay, so 18, if it's the one I'm thinking of, way back in the 50s, the Caltrans people and the road advocates and stuff drew up all their dream freeways for Los Angeles, and probably like 3/4 of them, 2/3, 3/4 of them got built. One of them that did not get built is the North Los Angeles bypass. On the north end of all the LA metro and development is the San Gabriel Mountains. They run east and west, and there's the Mojave Desert's on the north side of it. And they were saying, what if we connected I-5 with I-15? And so a lot of that traffic doesn't have to go into LA, it can just bypass LA. But it just never got funded. By the 70s, the older Governor Jerry Brown cut funding to a lot of the new freeways because he said we were spending too much money. He also was the same guy who wanted California to create its own NASA. So I don't know. He was an interesting fellow, but so the North Los Angeles bypass never got built, and it's tried to come back a few times. Most recently, it had there was this weird thing where it was going to be a toll road with a high-speed rail link in the right-of-way, and then would have enough wind turbines and solar panels in the right-of-way to generate enough electricity to offset the amount of carbon dioxide emissions that the vehicles on that road would produce. And then eventually, when everybody was driving electric cars, it would be a net green energy corridor. Anyway, it was a fascinating idea where they were trying to put together something somewhat responsible to serve a really important need, because the truth is, if you took a community the size of Palmdale and Lancaster on the one end, closer to I-5, well, it's the 14, but, and then Victorville and Hesperia on the other end, you put that in Oklahoma, or you put those communities in, Tennessee or whatever, they'd have a freeway connecting them because they're big enough communities. But because California is such a massive state, they don't get a freeway connecting them. And so that puts it in a weird place where they are, what's going on with all the smoke over here? They don't have one, and the state's not interested in funding one. So the counties of Los Angeles and San Bernardino were trying to fund it themselves, and they really had the project rip-roaring and ready to go, and with tolls and everything to pay for it. And then at the last minute, environmental advocates who don't live in the area, they live down in LA, are so anti-freeway that they basically went to Metro and fought it to the point where Metro had to drop their support for it. LA Metro, not Portland Metro. And LA Metro had to back out, so then that meant Caltrans no longer had money to continue to study it. So now you had half a corridor, and San Bernardino wasn't going to continue to build their half if it just dumped out in the middle of the desert with nowhere to go. So that died for now. San Bernardino really wants to get it going again. And other counties like the Central Valley and stuff that would use it. So a lot of it's trying to get something put together that could satisfy LA County to support it. But I think that's where I feel a little bit disappointed that I don't know what all that smoke is over there. You guys see that? I'll stop a minute so you can get a clearer view. I'll give you real high-res digital zoom here. And all that smoke. I didn't hear any tires squealing or anything, so I don't know what that's about. Anyway, that's the story on the North Los Angeles Bypass Highway 18. Why there's a terrible 2-lane road that is unsafe for everybody. Yeah, high desert corridor, exactly. Crashed the demo race car? Well, I didn't hear a crash. But that's just weird to see smoke like that. I don't know. You can't quite see it at your angle, but the MSG Sphere keeps lighting up orange, so it almost looks like a fire. But anyway. Sable Miner writes, I drive my parents' rental Plymouth K car in like 81, and I just got my license and drove over that bridge in Portland to pick them up from dinner. Oh, sorry, I'm blocking the road. Hold on, I gotta find your comment again. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Oh, drove over the bridge in Portland to pick them up for dinner. Portland is a cool city, or was back then. Yeah, and the interstate bridge is beautiful, but as I'll talk about in the video, it was built, the first part of it was built in 1917, and the piles that they drove into the riverbed are made out of wood. And that would be probably fine. There are bridges back east that are older, even on the interstate system. I think I read there was one in St. Louis that's really old, that's part of the interstate system. But Portland, off the coast of the Pacific Ocean, is the subduction zone where one plate is diving under the other. Doesn't frequently have an earthquake, but when it does, it tends to be big. The last one was a 9.0 in the 1700s. And again, but maybe not for another 100 years. So that's the concern, is what do you do if you suddenly have a magnitude 9 earthquake, and that, or even something more modest like a 7. What happens to a bridge that was not seismically engineered and sits on piles? And basically, Washington State DOT modeled it, and basically the whole bridge falls off of the piles because the piles start burning or twisting. The whole bridge just collapses into the river. So they've got to replace it, but it's difficult because there's so much opposition because, again, fear of induced demand. But at a certain point, the bridge was originally 2 lanes, and then they widened it to 4 lanes, built the second span in the 50s, and then in the 80s they built the Interstate 205 bridge. If you just look at population growth, it's time for another bridge, right? Like, it's one thing if the city was the same population and people were just driving more, I would be absolutely sympathetic and say, no. Like, it would be like if Detroit, that has very stable or declining population, wanted to build a new Beltway freeway. I'm like, no. Use what you got, But when you have an area that's, adding 1 million people quite frequently, at a certain point, the pants just don't fit, not because you got fat, because you outgrew them, So anyway, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Vapor smoke, yeah, that might be. Bro, you've been live for 4 hours. I know. I was going to go till I got dark, and then I got dark, and you guys keep asking questions. So we're talking about the lift bridge in the north of Portland. Yeah. So if you look on Google Maps, I-5 crosses the Willamette River, the Columbia River, and that's the state line between the states of Oregon and Washington. But Vancouver, Washington, and Portland function as one metropolitan area. Inside Oregon, there's a smaller river, and it has about 12 or 13 bridges. I think there's about 45 lanes, vehicle lanes, just to travel east and west within the city of Portland. But when it comes to the Columbia River, you just have the two interstates, and that's it. It's like 12 lanes or something total. So trying to argue induced demand is fair, but I mean, at a certain point, you're just strangling your economy. So it's hard to say. Alex writes, subscribe. This is fascinating hobby and educational infrastructure not seen much on YouTube. Well, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that, Alex. Behito says, enjoy Vegas. Grab some food. Vegas has many great options, affordable too. Roberto's Taco Shop is often where I end up. Starchface writes, could be fireworks or Burger King. ACR Speed says, do you have any update on the 58 project through Bakersfield? I think you teased it a while ago. I'll just tell you guys. So I worked at the city of Bakersfield and got to go up on the bridge while they were building it, film some footage. My plan was, as the bridge was getting ready to open, to edit the video and release it. But it's taking them a long time to finish it. So I've allowed other videos to jump the line. And so I've got the footage, and I will, once it's opening, the month it opens, I'll rush to get the video out, because it would be fun to have the video start with driving on the new bridge or end with driving on the new bridge or something, you know. But yeah, that one was supposed to be done September or October. I went by the other day. They still haven't striped it. The lights are up, the overhead lights. All the false work is down. So it's really soon. I would say before spring that thing should be done. So try some White Castle while you're out there. Okay, I could do that. Okay, well, I think I've caught up with the comments. Maybe I ought to head in because it's starting to get dark. So, but it's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys. This has been fun. So, if you can't catch, oh yeah, Justin says don't eat White Castle. I had the chance to eat some White Castle in Indianapolis, and I didn't. So I didn't do it. So, but anyway, it was great hanging out with you guys. And if you catch the Formula One race, you can now kind of have an idea of what went on behind the scenes in terms of getting it built yet. So, In-N-Out yet, writes Alex. I eat In-N-Out a lot. It's a cheap, yummy meal. So anyway, okay. Well, y'all have a good night, and I'll see you next live stream. Oh, real quick, ACR Speed $5 says this was fun. Well, thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Enjoy Vegas, Rob. Formula One is on F1 TV. $10 for ESPN Plus. That might be worth $10. Good choice giving on the White Castle. GN, my dude, writes Justin81. U-Haul says, what? No, Whataburger. I love Whataburger. I would gladly eat it if it was close by. There isn't one here. Closest is Arizona. B-Buster says, good night. Ball says, thanks. Patrick F, have a good night. Snazzy Pig, have a good night. U-Haul, waving a hand. Love you, big dude, writes Sable Miner. David sent you an email. I'll make it anywhere east of the Mississippi. If you ever need more footage, give me a call. Will do, David. CJ Brick, see ya. Play It says, see ya. George says, see you another time if you do another weekend stream. Alex says, good night, see you around. Justin81 says, Hash House a go-go. Trust me for breakfast. U-Haul waving. And finally, Ryan J. Bye. Oh, Belhito says, love you, man. And Sable Meyer says, Whataburger because they're juicy. 04 Lightning Fan says, some weird emoji. Okay, I'm going to end now. Bye.